I didn't turn the recording on. Okay. So at any rate, that is the goal. Now, last week was the first meeting we had that was following that idea. And the topic of last week's discussion was what's the mission of our club? What's the mission? What is our philosophy for approaching that mission? And what is the modus operandi? What are the things that we do or plan to do to try to promote the accomplishment of the goals that are behind our mission? The reaction was very, very positive to that meeting. And in the latter part of that meeting, we talked about a problem area, project area that we're dealing with, and that is education. So I had provided a few documents for last week on education, and we started discussing that. And we said that this week we would actually be delving into the education more deeply. And so that was the goal. So I basically took the same documents we had last week, the core documents on education, and I just put them into this week's folder. And then I added a few others that were results of some targeted research that I was doing on different aspects of education. And so those are some additional videos that I added in there into the folder. So the thought is for today, let's walk through maybe some of the documents and the videos. They're only 5 to 8 minutes or 5 to 10 minutes long, and then discuss each one because each one represents a slightly different aspect of the education situation overall. Uh, I do apologize that I only added in those additional videos late last night or early this morning, depending on where you're located. So some of you have not had a chance to watch those. That's the reason why I thought we would start by actually showing those. Um, Towards the end, there's an area I didn't get to that I wanted to get to, but we'll talk about that. And that is that there's a shift taking place in what the very purpose of education is, the formal education systems. What should it be accomplishing? What should the goals be? And how that is shifting. What are the factors out there that are causing those very basic aspects of education to be shifting? So that's the plan. Does anybody want to say anything or have any comments on that before on the agenda for today and our how we might approach it before we get started?
May I?
Yes, yes, please, Huma.
Uh, the point is the things are changing very rapidly. Now the education dynamics are changing. Simultaneously, our way to respond to difficulties, to different questions, to summative examinations, either in schools or either in university level, are changing very rapidly.
Mhm.
Often I see the ads on different social media to have 1 year PhD. Now these days it has started a lot. Since last 2 months, 1 year PhD program, PhD in 1.5 years, or something like that. So this is a big paradigm shift that we were waiting for that. Secondly, when it comes to AI, basic knowledge, basic skills, metacognition, cognition needs to be addressed. And then simultaneously, we have to work on and addressing all the AI changes, the inventions, and whatever is going on. This is what I think, because we have to simultaneously develop students, children, and adults metacognition skills. We have to address them again and again. And with the help of AI, we can do that. Secondly, the paradigm shift when it comes to just less number of years when it comes to taking a degree. That is one of the best thing that can ever have in this world.
Yes. No, very good. And I think we're going to be talking about those items a lot, and especially the latter part of today's meeting. I think that's going to be the primary focus is the shifting sands, if you would, of education. Ashok, you wanted to add something?
I did. Thank you, Phil. I was recently announced as chair or co-chair of the health work group for the digital economist,
Hmm.
which is a group that has influence in Davos for 2027. And the speaker at yesterday's forum was talking about two things. One, this leadership skills of the biology of presence. So people are getting so distracted sometimes that it's hard to maintain internal coherence and grounding in what you're advocating for. And so you've done a great job with our group to keep us centered on the primary skill of learning and sharing and teaching education. Uh, he would advocate that gravitas is this skill of using the biology, the neurobiology of presencing, and we should build that capacity as we shift sands. Stay internally coherent, but also meaningful to our purpose, our primary mission for existing. The other was this idea of equity. So as we go from quantum physics and capacity building for understanding complex systems, how do we, um, as Huma was implying, how do we advance equity, the equity of belonging, the equity to having reasonable input and the sense of authenticity. So I'd just like to add those concepts. But
Yes, you've actually touched upon a number of items there that I think we'll be covering in upcoming meetings. Uh, there's a lot going on in the field of brain-computer interfaces, and not only on invasive but uh, uh, non-invasive, to include being able to upload information directly into people's brains, which could mean we could give you 16 years of education in probably less than 2 minutes, because we'll just load it into your brain. If you recall the movie Total Recall with Arnold Schwarzenegger, where he went into a vacation center and on his lunch break and took a 2 or 3 week vacation because he just had the AI generate the video of him on his vacation and just load it into his brain. So he had the entire experience of having had such a vacation in his brain, and he could remember all these things that he did that he never did. That's actually there's actually experiments in that direction that have are being seen. We're getting positive results. Whether it's a positive for humanity is another question, but positive in the doability.
yeah.
Also,
Oh, yeah. And I just want to add while you're talking about recall is what you had mentioned to me the other day about interoperability. So
Mhm.
as we find the language, find the taxonomy, and find the applications, how we share them so that we understand each other, we can move from individual coherence to group coherence.
Right.
Yeah,
And
thank you.
yeah, and related to these new technologies is mind-to-mind communication. In other words, without having to speak. And there's actually some successful experiments on that that began in the field of people who are paraplegic and have had do not have the physical means to communicate by voice or by hearing. There's promising early results from experiments of people being able to transfer their thoughts to other people just by thinking and not by moving a cursor on the screen type of thinking, but literally being able to read other people's minds. Uh, whether this is desirable, not desirable, and what are the safeguards, there's a lot to talk about there. But that's a topic for another week because it's pretty deep. Okay. Um, so I think here, why don't we just start? I'm going to share my screen. Let's see. Uh, which one is it now? No, not that one. Hold on. I just need to find the right one here to share because unfortunately I can't see which of these is which. No, that's we'll get to that. Ah, okay. I think this is the first one. Okay, so I'll play this and then we'll talk a little bit about this. This is very much related. If you recall, in 2022, during the General Assembly weeks at the UN, there was a World Summit on education transformation that took place that year. I think 3 day or 4 day conference on where the state of education, where education needs to go, and how we might get there. Let's just listen to this, and then we'll talk a little bit about it. Let me move this out of the way.
Okay, so there's this massive, and I mean massive, global decline in education happening right now, and it affects pretty much everyone. Now, it's really easy to point the finger at one obvious event, right? But the real story, well, it's a lot more troubling. And the crazy part, it started way before 2020. So let's break down what's really going on here. I want to start with just one number, 70%. Just let that sink in for a second. That's the estimated percentage of 10-year-olds in low and middle income countries who can't even read and understand a simple story. I mean, it is a staggering figure. We're talking about a crisis of the most basic foundational skills for the majority of the world's kids. So there's actually a name for this. The World Bank calls it learning poverty.
Okay, I just want to stop here because one thing they didn't mention here that came out in the research in sub-Saharan Africa, the percent of 10-year-olds not able to read simple sentences is roughly 90%.
And what's truly alarming isn't just the number itself, but how fast it's grown. Before the pandemic, it was already at a pretty concerning 57%. But the recent global disruptions, they just threw gasoline on the fire, pushing it all the way up to 70%. It's like years and years of progress just gone in a flash. And look, don't think for a second this is a story just about the developing world. Nope. The OECD, which keeps track of all the developed nations, they called the recent slide in student performance an unprecedented drop. I mean, that's their word. Unprecedented. This crisis has crossed every border and every single economic line. So let's try to put this drop into real concrete terms. You've probably heard of the PISA test. It's this big global benchmark for 15-year-olds. Well, the average math score across all those developed countries, it fell by 15 points between 2018 and 2022. Now, 15 points might not sound like a lot, but listen to this. That's the equivalent of losing 3/4 of an entire school year. Just poof, gone. And reading scores drop by 10 points too. The whole system is backsliding and it's happening fast. All right, so the big question is why? Why?
Okay, before we get into the why, reactions to this drop in education outcomes. Was everybody aware at how big the drop is? And one of the things we're going to hear later on is among certain socioeconomic categories in certain developing countries, but also developed countries, the drop is up to 100 points. And the estimate is that 10 points equals one school year. That means in some parts of the world, in some audiences, we've seen a decline in the last couple of decades. That's the equivalent of 10 years of school. That to me is this is mind-boggling. Any comments on that? Yes, Ashok.
Yeah, I think I would just say two things. One is the decline in learning ability, but the other is the advanced and exponentially increasing complexity of the type of world we're living in. So the number of moving parts, the number of, even in healthcare with diagnostics, moving to molecular and genetic phenotyping. Um, it's not just the ability to learn something just in time and just enough for yesterday's problems, but anticipating the type of cognitive capacity and processor we'll need going forward. And I think that hope lies in neural augmentation using AI, but it's also overwhelming the conventional, or whatever you want to call it, um, prior assumptions about how to learn, what to learn, and when to apply it.
No,
Yes.
yes. Somebody wants to add?
Yeah, I want to add then. Just a small point. The thing is, we have two kinds of problems simultaneously. Number one, for the countries like us, already the education, the school going students number is very low. After COVID, it get lower. Now the another problem is the people, the students, the pupils who are in the school, even then they are not able to understand and learn properly, because the thing is they are not that focused on reading, on writing. So we have to do the things in a very different manner now, because we have to bring them again and again towards some primitive way of teaching and learning, so that we can be able to develop, I repeat the sentence again, so that we can able to develop their cognitive skills, and they will be able to do more thinking and metacognition when they come to class 7th and 8th. We as an educationist having this kind of very serious problem. So
Mhm.
now the problems has increased. Now problem will be decreased sooner or later when AI will properly implemented, when implications, the AI implications will 100% implemented in all schools, in all university institutes and everywhere.
Mhm.
So, but this is the transitional phase.
Yeah.
This is what I think.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Thank you. Ashok, to your comment about the increasing demands on learning, the amount and the complexity of what is needed to be learned, I don't think that had much impact on the test results that we're seeing the current decline in, because I think they're still using the same testing model that they've been using for the past few decades. That's the OECD PISA that assessment, and I think that's somewhat standardized. I think what you're saying is very true. The complexity and the speed of change of knowledge is new and is more demanding. But I think right now they're talking about if we're measuring the same things we were measuring 10 years ago, we've got this dramatic decline in results. And
Yeah,
so, yeah.
and I totally agree with what you're saying. I can just, from my own experience working as a physician at Mayo Clinic, some of the solution and hope comes in advancing the innovations of education strategy, and I think that's what you're going to get to later today. But we do have to redesign human-centered thinking, but also how to rapidly hybridize and experience in mixed reality simulations, the confidence that we need to take care of each other and the planet going forward.
Yeah. Yes,
So,
thank you. Thank you. Okay, so far in the video here, we've heard that the that we're seeing a dramatic decline on education outcomes That, I mean, I think most people would expect there's been a decline, but not necessarily expect that it's been as bad as it is. Also, for everyone's information, Huma was saying in her country, she's from Pakistan, in case some of you are not aware. Okay, so we'll continue now with the video.
Why is all of this happening? And yeah, the easy answer is to just blame the pandemic, but when you look at the data, it's pretty clear it was more of an accelerant. It was like pouring gasoline on a fire that was already burning. So, was it really all just because of COVID and school closures? The data's crystal clear on this one. Nope, not even close. The truth is, the foundations were already cracking way before 2020. I mean, if you look at many Western countries, reading and science scores had been flat or even slowly declining for more than a decade. And in the developing world, progress on fighting that learning poverty we talked about basically hit a wall back in 2015. So the pandemic didn't break the system, it just ripped the cover off and showed everyone just how fragile it already was. Yeah, the whole system was already bending under the weight of all these pre-existing conditions, things like chronic teacher shortages, outdated curricula that just haven't kept up, the huge distraction of smartphones in classrooms, and PISA actually called that one out specifically, and of course, the constant chronic underfunding, especially in the developing world.
Okay, it's interesting to note that the so many of the studies looking to say, okay, what is the problem? They're saying, okay, the problem goes back before COVID. We were already in decline, and it's very interesting that the pretty much across the board, all of the research concluded that the problem lies on the teacher and the school side. We need more funding. We need more teachers. We need better curriculums. That it's all on that side there. And we're going to see that maybe the problem is not completely solvable from that side. But that was the conclusion of most of the studies looking into the issue in the past.
COVID was just the final shock that this already weakened system just couldn't handle. But here's where things get really interesting. This whole decline, it wasn't inevitable. It didn't have to happen everywhere. Some countries were incredibly resilient. They basically avoided this slide altogether. So you have to ask, what on earth did they do differently? Okay, just take a look at East Asia. Singapore was, I mean, they were just in a league of their own. Their scores in math, reading, and science were significantly higher than anyone else. And it wasn't just them. You've got Macau, Taiwan, Hong Kong, Japan, South Korea. They all kept up their incredible performance. They proved that it was actually possible to weather this storm.
Okay, very interesting to note that China itself was not mentioned that in that slide, and the reason is not that China was not at the top in performance. The reason is that they didn't participate in the 2022 version of the PISA results. So if they had, or if we take a look based on what's going on with the provinces of China that normally participate, we can sort of imply from the results of Macau and Hong Kong that where they are, they're actually at the very top of the performance results. But the thing that's interesting is that you've got such a huge share of population in the world that they're not experiencing this decline at all. In fact, they're improving year to year while others are declining. Okay, continuing.
Okay, now contrast that with what happened over in Europe. We're talking about historically super strong education systems, right? Places like Germany, Iceland, the Netherlands. Their math scores plummeted by 25 points or more. Remember what we said about 15 points? Well, 25 points, that's like losing more than a full year of learning. It was a complete and total free fall. And if you need any more proof that this decline started long before the pandemic, just look at Finland. For years, Finland was held up as the gold standard, right? The absolute pinnacle of Western education. But here's the thing. Its PISA scores have actually been on a slow, steady decline since all the way back in 2006. All right, so this brings us to the United States. And the US is a really fascinating case study.
Okay, So far, we've heard that this decline has taken place across the world, not only in developing countries, but also developed countries. Now we're going to look at the U.S. as an example of maybe why we're seeing the decline in developed countries. And this is important for us when we start to think about what can we do to improve the situation.
Because it reveals this, well, it's a puzzling and deeply concerning paradox that's kind of hidden inside the numbers. So, on the one hand, if you just look at those international PISA tests, the US looked surprisingly good. Its rankings actually went up. But, and this is a big but, that was basically an illusion. It just means other countries fell even faster. Because when you look at America's own domestic report cards, they tell a completely different and much, much darker story. Yeah, America's own benchmark test, they call it the nation's report card. It basically revealed this crisis that was hiding in plain sight. It showed the largest drop in reading scores since 1990 and the first ever drop in math scores. Ever. And when you really dig into that domestic data, that's when you find the real story. See, those average scores everyone was looking at, they were hiding a catastrophic divide that was ripping open between the wealthiest students and the most vulnerable ones. There's a term for this. Economists call it a K-shaped recovery, and it's super easy to picture. Just think of the letter K. You have one arm that goes up and to the right, and another leg that goes down and to the right. That is exactly what happened in American schools. The top performing students, they bounced back and even improved. But the students who are already struggling, they just fell further and further behind.
Okay, that's really extremely important to understand that the United States, if we look at the average, things are getting worse, but getting worse relatively slowly. And the reason for that is that the top end is actually improving. It's the bottom that the bottom level is has basically just dropped, and the students are falling through on a free fall. That nation's report card that's being referred to, the last one was in the end of 2024, reported in the beginning of 2025, showed the worst results in reading in the history of test taking records in the United States. For the first time, 40%, more than 40% of 10-year-olds, fourth graders in the United States are deemed not to be able to even achieve basic skill level in reading. Now, in the United States, there are four levels that they report. The one is proficient. That's saying, okay, you're at grade level. You understand what we would expect for your age. And then there's above proficient. That's above the grade level. Then there is basic. Basic means you understand the basic uh, fundamentals, but not at your grade level yet. And then there's below basic, which means you're basically functionally illiterate. And 40%, more than 40% of fourth graders across the United States were at that below basic level, basically functionally illiterate. Okay.
So let's look at that top arm of the K first. Between 2022 and 2024, the top performing students in the US, the ones with access to tutors, all the resources, stable home environments, their math scores actually went up. They were recovering, and then some. Okay, but at the exact same time, look at the bottom leg of that K. The students who were already struggling, their math scores went down even more. They weren't recovering at all. They were just continuing to lose ground, and this created a massive, massive chasm right in the middle of the system. And you can actually put a number on that chasm. On that big national test, which is on a 500-point scale, the gap between America's highest and lowest performing students has now stretched to a staggering 100 points. So, what does a 100-point gap actually mean? Well, researchers figure that about a 10-point difference is roughly the same as a full year of learning. So, do the math. This means there's a gap of almost a decade of learning between the top and bottom students. It's an almost insurmountable difference in just their basic foundational knowledge.
Okay. Uh, this is hard. I think if you go and talk to politicians, if you talk to leaders, and you say, okay, let's take a look at high school and say there's a 10-year difference in acquired knowledge between the top 10% and the bottom 10% of students. And it's not by student. In the United States, schools, especially elementary schools, are neighborhood schools. And neighborhoods tend to be segregated by socioeconomic background. Either you're in an impoverished neighborhood or you're in a wealthy neighborhood. That means all the students that are well
Don't you
prepared for school to succeed, have a stable home life and educational support, academic support, they go to one school. And all the students that have no preparation for school, that their brains are not even developed to be able uh, to acquire knowledge, or at least a significant percent. We group all those students in another school. So now imagine you're a teacher and you go into one of those schools where all the kids are totally prepared they're at grade level or above, what you could do as a teacher. Now take that same teacher and put them in a class where students are many, many years behind and don't have even the mental maturity or the brain development that the students in the other school have, and you're being asked to accomplish the same thing. We played a sort of a mind game here. Yes, Huma.
The point is, for example, till class 4, if they are unable to read or write, or there are different kinds of students in public school and elementary school. The here, what we do in Cambridge, as we are following Cambridge curriculum since a decade or more than that, differentiation. We train teachers how to address differentiation in the classes.
Mhm. I
Then,
think here I can imagine the Cambridge system is you have a mixture of students in the class. What we see here in the United States, and I can see it happening more and more in Germany, is that you don't have a mixture. You've got pretty much the one school. There are almost no students that have the mental maturity or the verbal vocabulary or the skills to be able to learn. And the other schools have everybody that is really super prepared and confident in their ability to learn. And then the state comes and says, you now have to educate both of those groups the same. You cannot go and say, I'm going to do a slower curriculum or a slower approach
yeah,
with the one
struggling.
school than the other.
Mm. But don't you think that's how Cambridge is smarter than others?
Uh, as I say, and I can't speak for the UK. I worked there off and on for a few years, but it was just spending a week or two at a time there. So I can't say to what degree the socioeconomic segregation in the schools, how strong that is. In the United
Yeah,
States, we had the Supreme Court, I think it was about 20, maybe 30 years ago now, said about this problem that you have no advanced students because parents, if they see their student would end up, even if they're poor, but maybe they've got an academic background and they see their kids are going to be in a school with all kids who are not capable, basically, of learning at the school prescribed level, they take their kids out. They find some way to send them to a private school. They go and have a relative that lives in a wealthier area and they have their kids live with that relative so they can go to a better school. So that further detracts from the schools in the poor neighborhoods, uh,
exactly.
so that we don't have. It's not like you could get a group of kids together and the kids that have a better vocabulary and more general knowledge will help out the kids that are struggling because they we remove all the kids that are capable of learning faster and we just leave really the most disadvantaged kids in those schools. And the problem here in the US in 2001, we had four states in the United States where more than 50% of the public school students were deemed to be impoverished. By 2011, that number had quadrupled to 17 states where more than 50% of the students in the public school system were poor. By 2014, that had increased to 22 states. I have not taken a look at where we are now, but it's more than half the country. This is a lot of what's causing the gap that we're talking about here. But for
Yeah.
now, I think the important thing is to realize that the education crisis is not applying to everybody. In other words, we're hearing that the students from the upper socioeconomic backgrounds, they're growing, they're continuing to grow. All the decline that we're talking about is from the students in the lower socioeconomic backgrounds, and this includes most students in developing countries that live in rural areas where the parents are unable to provide them with the general knowledge of the world or unable to provide them with the verbal vocabulary skills in the language taught in the schools. Because in many developing countries, the mother tongue those children grow up with is not the language that is used in the school system. Anyway, anybody else want to comment on this aspect here about the basically the inequality that's driven by inequality in education outcomes that's driven by the inequality in socioeconomic class? Yes, Ashok.
Yeah, thank you. This is a beautiful image of the crisis. And I'm told whenever you think about crises, there's danger and there's opportunity. So I think if we can continue to frame with a rotary four-way test, this crisis, then when you answer, is it beneficial to all and is it fair to all concerned? I think those two bring up the idea of environmental justice, creating social emotional learning environments that are fair and build fellowship, not just fear and disparities.
Mhm.
So, um, uh, having a skill set for polarity management where you work on common interests and really clarify why you want to learn in the first place. So maybe a taxonomy that categorizes the use um, uh, of the person or product or process towards some common goal. So for us, if we're daring to be great as uniting for good, and maybe peace is the anchor that we need to look at going forward as a metric, or happiness, the gross national happiness index, as opposed to productivity, GDP. But this is a beautiful slide to have everyone engage, and you have to decide which side you're on. And do you have a voice, or do you have a moderator who can give
Uh,
everyone a vote as we talk about truth?
Mhm, mhm. Yeah, I think the important thing here is, and this gets back to the philosophy of our club. You can't solve a problem if you don't recognize what the problem is. Really understanding, because as we heard in the beginning, the almost all the efforts or the blame was going into teacher quality curriculums, inadequate curriculums, inadequate funding. So, in other words, everything was about having more um, done on the supply side of education. Yet we see here that schools in poor neighborhoods in the United States frequently have more funding, up to 40%. We saw that some of the worst schools in New Jersey have up to 40% or spend more than 40% more per student than schools in wealthier neighborhoods, more successful schools. We also found that the teachers, some of the best teachers here, because of a program, Teach for America, that encourages the best graduates from our universities to spend time teaching in some of the lowest achieving schools. So you really can't say, oh, it's the quality of the teacher or the lack of the funding, because we're seeing here that that when we dig into it, that appears not to be the case. Yes, Jerica. Jerica, you're muted.
My apologies. I think one thing we can also observe from those who suffer in lower economic status and also are challenged by poverty, I think we can also maybe even discuss their quality of access to technology. I think that's really important in our new age, our new shift, especially when we're looking at the future, when we're looking at opportunities that are based on what you know how to do as far as your participation with technology and artificial intelligence there. Maybe we could even observe that.
Yeah, there was a report I saw from Los Angeles. They had provided laptops in schools, and it gets back to the issue that the schools that were in the more affluent neighborhoods, the students really applied themselves quickly to using the laptops. In some of the poorer communities, they said the kids were throwing their laptops around and playing games, and basically destroying them. So it gets back to here, can we solve this problem on the supply side, or is the real problem on the demand side? But before we talk about the whole subject, let's go through the videos and finish these up and see where this takes us.
And it's not just in math. You see the same K shape in reading, too. Get this, a third of all eighth graders in the US now can't even reach what's called a basic level of reading. And here's the kicker. The learning losses were 70% larger for the most vulnerable students. That gap, it's just widening everywhere you look. So all of this leaves us with one final, really unavoidable question. Because this data, it's not just about test scores, right? This is about opportunity. It's about social mobility. It's about our entire collective economic future. So as this learning gap keeps widening into a chasm, what does that actually mean for our shared future?
Okay, let's stop that share. Okay, one thing that was interesting that came out in another piece of research I did, and that is, well, what's the purpose of education? And it's very interesting that there's one school of thought that says education is about providing opportunity. But the other side here was when we said, what would happen if we were able to provide all children with equal education outcomes? And basically, the results of that said, well, that would not be good, because a major part of the education system is sorting. It's to sort the quality of people, to be able to say, okay, these people are inadequate, and so don't hire them, don't give them the opportunities, you're wasting your time. And these people here, they're very competent and they'll be good employees. And so that sorting purpose of education would be eliminated if everybody was getting a good education. So this is perhaps, I don't know, but I saw the results of a study that was done in New Jersey, where they polled people on creating more equality across the education systems, to raise up the education results in the poorer school districts. I don't mean poor money-wise, but in the lower performing school districts. And the interesting thing was that the people living in the middle class and upper middle class neighborhoods were not in favor of improving the education for the lower class neighborhoods. And the author that was explaining this said it's because those parents don't want to see more competition for their children. So to the degree here they can suppress the education results in the poor neighborhood, they're reducing the competition that their children might face later on in life. Okay, that was the first here that just explaining the state of the education and where we're at with that. Um, any final comments on the state of the education before we take a look? The next couple of videos describe some solutions that are, one is fully there now, or at least in certain regions. The other one is in development, but very interesting in where it's going. And then we will look here at the very specific mechanics of the problem and say, can we go and create that equality, really, really create that equality in the current education system so that basically everyone achieves 100% mastery of all of our K through 12 knowledge inventories, if you would. Um, so that's the thing I'm thinking about how we can approach the next couple of presentations. Any last comments before we jump into the next video? Okay, so
Uh, um,
yes.
Well, I have something related to this in general. In another group, we are approaching it from a different perspective, and I'm wondering whether what you do and the approach done there could be well, in a joint effort, so to speak, used to create demand for these skills. Yeah. The question we are asking there, it's all about neurodiverse individuals that get excluded by hiring processes, by innovation processes these days. And the question we ask is simply, how can we create demand for these skills and their solutions? So in other words, if you think about it, if the business asks for these skills, the schools will follow.
Make it fun.
Well, one of the things is making it fun, but on the other hand, the key to education, to being confident in one's ability to learn, is directed learning. In other words, or intentional, maybe that's the better word, intentional learning. In other words, we can make it so that you're doing something that it's fun, so you enjoy that, and as a side effect here, you're learning. And so you're doing it not to learn, you're doing it because you're having fun. Yet
Edutainment failed. The whole the edutainment industry failed in the 80s and 90s. So that's why we have to flip it. That's why I flipped it to education. We have to do, and we have to lead with the entertainment and make it fun, and then the kids will have, then they'll be right there. But if we
Well,
lead with the education,
that's
then
not
you're
going to
dead.
solve the problem of kids whose brain has not developed to enable them to acquire the knowledge we're talking about, or
Well,
at
we have to
least,
be more clever. We have to come up with solutions that are, that's why we're elders and have wisdom. We come up
yeah,
with solutions that are delivering what they need
yeah,
as long
Yeah.
as well.
yeah. And
For that reason, my small input, like for that reason, we have to train teachers how to be a researcher in their own capacity.
well, we'll see a little bit here. I think it's gonna be
Okay.
interesting when we get into the solution side of things. But let me just highlight a couple of things that are underway right now that are being done. These are not to say, oh, these are this is what we should do. This is just to say what is being done in the industry right now. What direction is that going in? So let me gear up the next video here. No, not that one. Uh,
Bill,
yes.
uh, I asked the question. You responded to Jay's uh, add-on.
Uh-huh. Um, okay. I thought
It,
here.
it's uh, it's about creating demand. And
Yes.
just to think about it, I was wondering, perhaps, is it possible um, to find something where the parents would say, hey, I need to do something. I need to put pressure on teachers, on the whole system, we, the parents, need to put pressure on the whole system. So different ways of thinking are embedded as
Mhm.
early as possible in the
Mhm.
school
Mhm.
system.
Yeah, yes. Sorry about that earlier. It's interesting to see some of the when we talk about the parents and the and demand of the parents. What we see here is that the parents who seem to care the most, their goal is to get their kids out of the schools that are not performing, or not so much not performing. What we see is parents don't. Where they when they decide where they're going to live. They pay a lot of attention to the school. They want to live in an area where the schools are better. But it's interesting. They don't go based on the scores. They don't go based on of the school. They don't go based on the teachers, the quality of the teachers. They go on the basis of who the other kids are that go to those schools. And they basically decide because they don't want their kids to associate with these other kids. And this was brought out very strongly 20, 30 years ago in the famous school busing Supreme Court decision in the United States, where in the Boston area is where the things really blew up. The idea was they saw the inequalities in the school, where we had all the low prep prepared students in one school and all the high prepared students in another school. The Supreme Court said you had to create balance. So the idea was we're going to bus half the kids from the poor neighborhood to the
Yeah,
wealthy neighborhood and half the kids from the wealthy neighborhood to the poor neighborhood so that all the schools have a balance of prepared students and not prepared
yeah.
students.
I,
So,
I see what you want, what you're saying there. That's to me a technique that pushes things through the system, command and control like.
yeah.
What
It
I
doesn't always
what
work. Doesn't always work though. I was actually a big brother when I went to Boston University in the 1970s, mid 70s, and I did that. I went into South Boston and we went there, and it was terrible. The whole thing was terrible. It was not it was kind of contrived, they were trying to do it with numbers, and it didn't, and there was still so much fighting that was going on, and yeah, it was very painful
Yeah,
in
but
my
if I
heart.
if I could continue, Jay, it's interesting. We'll have to talk sometime because I was at BU in the mid 70s too.
Oh,
So, but the
go
interesting the direction I'm trying to go with this is a very different, Eugene. If you just let me continue for a second, and then
ahead,
we can
go ahead.
see how that might apply to what you're saying. And because the thing that happened is they said, okay, we're going to put the kids so the kids that are more advanced will be able to help raise up the kids who are struggling. So you would have that peer benefit. The parents went crazy. The parents from the wealthy neighborhoods went crazy and said, "You're not going to bust my child into that school in that poor neighborhood." And you had all kinds of boycotts and other things going on. And finally, they relaxed it and said, "Okay, we're not going to force you. You don't have to get bused to another school if you don't want to." So what happened is the kids from the poor neighborhood, their parents said, "No, no, I still want my kid to be bused into that better school." I want my kid to be able to go to the better school and rub shoulders with those better level of students, quality of students. And then so people thought, okay, then now we've solved the problem. But the wealthy parents said, no, it's not about the busing. I don't want my kids to associate with that lower level riffraff. They
Hmm.
basically said, we don't want those poor people in our lives. We don't want anything to do with them. And in the
Yeah.
end, the Supreme Court had to back down and go back to the idea that no, if you're wealthy, those privileges are yours, and we're not going to impose on them. And
Yeah,
everything went back
okay.
to where it was.
Yeah, Bill, what you have just described is a situation of the past. What we need is something that works in today's world. And then I'm coming
Yeah.
back on my question, to which I haven't got an answer yet.
Yeah.
And
Mhm.
that is, shouldn't we search for a way to sort of create demand for what is needed? A demand, yeah, so that
Yes.
it gets interesting for all involved to join this.
Yeah.
How
And
would you do it? How would you do it,
But
man?
Well, actually, on a related subject, we are doing this right now. We are developing what we call an engagement loop. And in that engagement loop, we will provide fundamental knowledge, not thousands of pages people have to go through, but the whole core knowledge, focusing on what provides the highest impact at the lowest cost and risk. And if you want to go through it, it's an enormously complex subject, but the highest impact knowledge is available for going through it in just 6 hours.
I'd love
And
to see
that's
it.
one part of
Mhm.
it. But that alone would be enough. So ChatGPT was so kind and suggested create an engagement loop. Hey, that's where it gets interesting. And we need a couple of parts to get this loop going and get directly into decision making of organizations. And one of the key techniques embedded there is asking leadership questions. Leadership questions are questions that are hard to ignore and guide to where solutions can be found. And Bill, you have solutions, yeah? So if the questions guide to the solutions and the people who don't understand the solutions just can ask the questions when decisions are made at school, in organizations, wherever it matters, and then leave it to the experts to come forward with solutions. So maybe in decision-making processes, for example, where many people are in, or at school when there's when the parents come to school to learn what their kids do, they can ask these questions and then on also, so want to go a step further, demand answers and then ask that the teachers respond to those questions. Yeah. So how do you learn, for example, this nonlinear thinking again? Does my kid learn this nonlinear thinking again? That kind of stuff.
Yeah. I think here again I think I'm trying to focus for a moment on a level before that. Uh, Two examples come to mind. In New York City, they have a thing called magnet schools, and any parent can go and register a request that your student be considered, your child be considered to go to a magnet school where they get a more rigorous education. And it was very interesting. There was a documentary a number of years ago where they showed parents protesting against the existence of these magnet schools because they said that creates inequalities among the students. And a lot of the parents that were protesting were highly educated parents that say, hey, all children should have the same opportunities. Then it came to the open period where parents can register your kids to go to these high performance schools. And they found the parents, a number of the parents that were part of the protest against the existence of these schools were there to register their kids to go to those schools. And when they were interviewed, the parents said, well, I'm against it, but if they exist, I'm not going to allow my child to be disadvantaged by not being able to participate together
Ah,
with the best students. Then they
yeah.
went and they looked and they found that almost all the poorer students, the lower socioeconomic category, there weren't any parents there. And those parents never show up at the Parent Teacher Association. And in Duisburg, I think it was Duisburg, Germany, there was a documentary in Germany regarding teachers that were going out in poor schools with poor students, were going out to speak to the parents because the parents did not show up at the parent teacher night. And they couldn't find the parents of a lot of the kids. They literally just couldn't find the parents at all. They found neighbors that were taking care of the kids because the parents had were traveling somewhere. And so what we're really seeing here is, yes, the demand. We believe that if you make it easy enough, the parents will say, yes, I want my children. All parents pretty much will say, I want my children to have the best advantages. But they're not necessarily capable of understanding what to do or how to survive in the current society in general, and that of course disadvantages their kids. I
Yeah,
don't, does that make sense?
yeah, that's an example. Yes, I hear that to some degree in Germany. In the Netherlands, I must say, no. Uh, uh, there are the issues just you just spoke about. They are heavy in the US. I understand that, but over here in the Netherlands, it's okay. They the quality has reduced, but they are far away from that level. And you just mentioned one interesting thing. That's another one I would immediately dig into. You mentioned that the educated parents actually wanted to send the children to that school. The first example. Hey, that is a kind of thing that may provide an intervention possibility to get people on board. It's that kind of, how shall I say, um, things people are interested in to get on board. To give you an example, I once had a project with a lot of opposition. We had to move a data center from Sweden to the Netherlands, and yeah, there was a lot of opposition in Sweden. One can imagine when the data center is taken away. And so at some time, I found out, hey, there's a guy whose passion is flying, and he has a flying license. And we had to use a Learjet, and I simply have put him on the passenger list, and didn't tell anything, and left it for the passenger list to show up in Sweden. And at that point in time, the opposition was gone. It's these kind of things that may be extremely helpful to get people on board.
Yes, I agree. There are methods like that. One of the things that we're looking at, for example, a lot of teachers are very afraid of new methods and new technologies that are different from whatever they've been practicing for the last X
Ah,
number of years. And one thing that we are envisioning doing is convening an advisory body of teachers in collaboration with the teachers union for example, in the state of New Jersey, uh, to say, okay, we've had enough cases of the so-called outside experts telling teachers this is what you need to do to improve things, so that we talk to the teachers and say, okay, you tell us how you can improve things. And in that regard, to say that but you have to come up with an answer that's going to work despite the environmental situation. In other words, you cannot say, hey, fix the environment out there, eliminate poverty, and eliminate uneducated parents, and then we can improve the education system. You can't say that. You have to come up with a solution that will work, even where we don't have responsible parents. And I don't mean that they're irresponsible, but maybe they're not capable. Maybe they don't speak the language. Maybe they didn't get an opportunity for education. Maybe they're a single parent household, holding down three jobs to be able to feed their kids. So whatever this, regardless of whatever the situation is, the education system has to come up with a method that works despite whatever's going on around them. And then we can
Bill, I
go,
have a question.
yeah,
I have a question about, I remember years ago when we were looking at this and penetrating into education, what we came up with and what was reflected back is that there's a textbook mafia that is control. And I'm wondering if that has changed, that there's more openness to other books coming in. Because at that time, like 15 years ago, we did a lot of research and found that there was really no way to really penetrate the textbook mafia in the United States, that they have certain controls of what their the information they're delivering at that level to all the public schools. So has that changed in this last years or since 2020, or
not
what's your
really,
read on that?
Actually,
not
the
really.
sad point is this textbook mafia is in Pakistan as well. It's everywhere. And they do
Yeah, that
not
has.
know, the people who are the publishers, even they do not know. First, they have to write the curriculum, then they select the book on the basis of the curriculum or the attainment targets. But this textbook mafia is everywhere, and they are actually destroying and are the main obstacle in this all these transformations for education.
Uh,
That could be a good focus point. Get rid of that, man. That's what really
well,
needs to change.
yeah, actually, here in the U.S., there's only about three or four textbook manufacturers that control 90+% of
Exactly.
the market.
Like
Uh,
same in Pakistan.
yeah, but wait a
They have
minute,
a
wait a minute.
monopoly. They have a monopoly of those 4 or 5 publishers over
Yeah,
our Pakistan.
but here's where it differs. If we look at Khan Academy went off independently of the textbook manufacturers, and they look at things like the Common Core, where the teachers got together and said, okay, this is what you're expected to know at each grade level in each subject. That's the purpose. That at the time that the statement was that is the purpose of education is to have young people have mastered these subjects to these degrees at different levels of the education. Khan Academy went out and said, okay, fine. Now let's break down all of the learning steps, the concepts that you need to know to achieve those levels of mastery at each grade level. And then let's look and see what the dependency. In other words, if you're going to try to learn long division, you need to know how to multiply, you need to know how to subtract to be able to do long division. So they came up with a dependency chain of saying, here, these are all the things you need to know. And so it's just the direction. Then once they did that, they said, okay, we will now create, in the case of Khan Academy, little explainer videos that explain each one of those concepts, and then we are going to provide the assessment, the testing to make sure that you have mastered that concept before you're allowed to move on to the next concept that depends on your having mastered that. So mastery based. And it's very successful where it's been employed. Now, the textbooks, basically, if you look and break down the textbooks, you'll find it's the exact same sequence of here is the dependency chain of concepts that you need to know to be able to master each concept. And then if you master each concept in sequence, you will have achieved total grade level mastery by the end of the year. So pretty much you can take any one of the textbooks out there and you'll find that they pretty much all follow the same sequence of learning from of these different concepts. And if we take math, for example, there's about 100 to 120 concepts that you are expected to learn or master for each year. And usually most of them you can master in about 10 to 15 minutes.
Hmm.
Good.
That's why when in Khan Academy, most of their videos are only like 8 to 12 minutes long.
Good.
So, uh, so when we look at the textbooks, the textbooks per se, the only weakness they have is that when we look at students, some students they learn very well by reading. Some students learn very well by visuals. Some students do very well based on audio. We have these learning styles. Different students learn different ways. Some of them learn by doing. Some of them can learn by observing. And the weakness of all of these is they each present one way of explaining a particular concept. What we've been
Right.
pushing for is the idea that yes, you cannot avoid having all those concepts being presented, that you have to master dependent concepts before you can go on to the next concept. But we need to be able to have multiple ways of presenting and mastering each one of the concepts. So
Guys,
we would like to see something like a YouTube type of a thing, where if we look and say there's 450 concepts between kindergarten and the end of fourth grade in math, that for each one of those concepts, we could have hundreds of providers saying, hey, here is my suggestion of the best way to learn this particular concept, and people rate it and say this was really useful, that was not so useful, so that then the learner can select. They might say, oh, this explainer, it works for me. They do a good job. So as they move on, when they go and look to say, okay, I tried the assessment and I failed, and I don't understand the basic information. Show me some other alternative ways of understanding this. They would be suggested the explainers that they have found to be most useful in the past, but they could go in and select any. So they might select ones that are showing a lot of optics. They might present ones that show a lot of analogies, whatever. So that's been our suggestion to that.
What about
good.
Khan Academy? Is Khan Academy, have they approached the again? I'm just going to call it the mafia. The textbook mafia, whoever's controlling that, to deliver the savior of the internet again. That's what
Uh,
they promised.
Yeah. No, here is the thing on that. The main textbook manufacturers, publishers, they're moving in that direction. In other words, right now, if you get the textbooks of the major manufacturers, they have a companion online that provides assessments on each learning unit. That has videos, multiple videos explaining each of
Cool.
the segments in the book. Uh, so that they're definitely moving in the direction. Our problem is right now, the bigger problem is that the education is teacher driven. So in many cases, students are dragged along without having mastered the prerequisites. And you can show them whatever you want because they don't understand the prerequisites. They can't understand the current level of education. But the tools that are available are getting to be amazing. They really are. And the few
Fantastic.
schools that follow that, because almost all the schools, the mafia is the education system, not the publishers, that the school
Yeah.
systems uh, uh, basically are stuck in the idea that you have one person standing in the front telling everybody what to do, telling everybody what to think,
Right.
and saying you all got to think that at the same time.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah. So anyway,
Good.
But
let's let
it all is one, right? The textbook and the educational system. It's all one block point.
I actually here I'm fairly impressed with where the textbook publishers are and going. They're going slow, but they're going. And we see
Good.
here if a school just does one thing, just goes to mastery based, in other words, allows students to proceed at their own pace, that the tools that are available are fully adequate. that the student can really succeed. And there are multiple options. We'd like to see more. We'd like to see that you're not locked into a particular publisher's solution for all 450 learning units along the way. We'd like to see for each learning unit encourage competition there of people saying, I can best explain how this can work for students, and let the students go and select the one, let them learn how to judge and select the tools that are going to help them learn the most. And that gets back to them having the desire to learn. And so if we can focus, and that gets back into again in the demand, but not the demand of the parents, because we see the parents and the politicians, they have all kinds of demands on education, but they're not the ones that are having to deliver anything. It's the students that
Right,
have to deliver. So it's the
right.
students that have to be the ones that are demanding and wanting and striving.
Sorry, Bill. I don't say students. Sorry, I have not intended to say that students shall demand. This is, by this I mean, just make it interesting.
Right.
Oh,
Make
yeah,
it interesting to join.
yeah,
Yeah.
Exactly.
Don't tell others what they have to do. That is a matter of the past. That doesn't work.
yeah.
By the way, I just observed two root causes of the highest damage that stand any solution in the way. And by highest damage, I mean these are the kind of things that must be solved to change the system. Yeah. And one of them was when you mentioned, Bill, that in the past the advisors came in and told the teachers what to do. And then the next step was, if the teachers say or demand things that cannot be realized from politicians and whoever, um, that was equally difficult. Now, the two sides stand sort of head to head against each other. And that's blame and shame and moving into the same old traps people have moved into so many times. But what appears to work really well is co-creation. Get the two groups together, not thousands or hundred thousands, but representatives of both groups in just small workshops, design them well with with a leadership question or a few, not hundreds, and then amazing results can be achieved. We have experienced that in the field, yeah. And the other root cause was what was referenced as the textbook mafia. That that to me is an intervention point. I don't see it being solvable, but from many root causes we have identified, quite often solvable root causes hide behind such root causes. Yeah, I'm sure many in the publishing world have the best interests, but when the authors, uh, for example, follow a certain path because that's a trend or has been the trend, then the publishers are happy to publish that. So, in short, two root causes, in my experience, they need to be addressed. And the good news is, quite often when it is as complex as in this case, there's quite often a simple solution or a simple solution package that can be found.
Yes, and I think here your suggestion of getting small groups together and having them work out the solution, that is exactly our thought as well. We need to get the bodies that are perceived to be that's us, them coming up with the solution. And what it
Small
is
groups of thoughtful, committed citizens, right? That's the statement.
well, I know
A small
I'm
group.
saying here that it has to be the people that are expected to be the change or make the change have to be involved in figuring out what that change needs to be. So we're trying to go and say to the education community, okay, you guys, what we're doing is not working. Having the outsiders come and tell you what to do has not worked. Okay, you tell us what is needed to be able to achieve the results. If you play the game, if you were to go here in a wealthy neighborhood like where I lived in New Jersey and asked a typical sixth or seventh grade teacher, will you pledge to get 100% of your students to grade level by the end of the year? Those teachers are likely to say, what do you mean? That's what I do already. Sure, I pledge to do that. I'm doing it now. And in a school like where I live, where 96% of the high school graduates go on to four-year institutions, that the teachers got no problem. If I was to go to the capital of New Jersey, Trenton, or to Camden, and ask the same question, the teacher would probably say, are you crazy? Yeah, it's okay for that teacher in that wealthy community to make that pledge because 90% of their students start the school year grade level ready. 90% of my students are 4, 3, 4, 5 years behind grade level. It's
Mm,
unfair that you even ask me to achieve the same results given the different raw material that I'm starting with. And
That's tough.
so, so the question here is to say, if that's the way they're thinking, to say, okay, tell me, what do you need? Would you be willing to pledge to get 100% of your students to grade level if 90% of the students starting the school year were grade level ready? And when we did the game, the teachers, even from those failing schools, would say, sure, if I had 90% start the school year grade level ready, I would be willing to pledge to get 100% to the grade level by the end of the year. The problem then is to say, okay, how do we make it so that 90% of your students are grade level ready coming in? Now, in 20, I'm trying to remember the exact year. Somewhere's 2013 to 2017, somewhere's in that time frame. Mississippi was considered to be the worst or second worst state in the United States. They were 49th or 50th in education outcomes in the United States. They enacted a change in their education policy to say that if you did not achieve a certain score in the end of third grade, you would not be allowed to continue on into fourth grade. And because the test takes place in fourth grade, all of a sudden here they jumped to being in the top 15 school states in school outcomes in the United States. And they call it the Mississippi Miracle. But and what they did is all those students that were held back at the end of third grade, they came in with special tutors, psychologists, and all kinds of things to try to help close gaps for those students. And I don't know how successful that was, but the results that after fourth grade, the Mississippi results don't hold up. They fall down because they focused on what was measured at the end of third grade, which is mostly where students are learning to read, but they never solved the problem of the students that lacked all the general knowledge and the verbal vocabulary, so that when it switched away from learning to read to reading to learn, all these kids that couldn't comprehend what they were reading went back to failing. So the for us, the main thing, the main takeaway on this is we can't just be people of action and go do stuff. We've got to analyze the situations and the causes and come up with solutions to address those, which may not be addressing and saying this is the solution, but might be saying how do we get the solution to be adopted and implemented, and that's
Yeah,
where we.
localization. That was the case in point, right? To localize it and have small groups that are on the local level that are
Well,
implementing.
yes and no. Most of the country, most of the world, education is not local. A case in point, we had for our concept of a global readathon, a number of interactors, those are the high school level around the world. They decided that, hey, let's go ahead. And, today we don't need to go through the hierarchies. We can use social media and go out and address that to the schools directly. They went to schools, I think it was Uganda, in Austria, I think the Netherlands, um, and maybe one or two other countries. And they talk to the schools. They talk to the headmasters of schools. And the headmasters of schools loved the idea and said, hey, yeah, we would love to participate in something like that. So they went ahead and picked a date and went out and publicized all the information. And then they were all ready to help out and see a great result as a pilot for other countries. But nothing happened. And when they went back and talked to the schools say, well, we love the idea, but we can't do anything unless the Ministry of Education tells us to do it. And because they didn't go through the ministries of education, the ministries of education didn't say anything. So here you've got three or four countries that where schools wanted to participate. But if you want to do anything in those countries, you've got to get the Ministry of Education to endorse it, at least endorse it, if not mandate it. So that was a lesson learned, I would say. And when we look here at the United States, we see every community's got its own school district that are autonomous, with the exception of Texas. Texas, that is a dictation from the state level. For example, every school in Texas that's a public school has to use the same books, and it's decided at the state level. But otherwise, it's decided at the school district levels. So at the United States, you have to work through things like the Parent Teachers Association, the Teachers Associations, the Association of Secondary School Principals, and Administrators, and so forth. These are people that you can work through that can help you spread the information to schools. But
Bill,
yes,
this sounded to me like a situation that existed in the Netherlands. There were at the country level 40,000 farmers, science, politicians, trade organizations faced with a disease which destroyed the potato planting throughout the country. And what happened is they were stuck in endless discussions until one guy came in. He used parts of two old methods applied by Western countries in developing countries. And after a few workshops, the project was up and running, highly successful, because that is a technique to bring the different groups together. So they listen to each other. And again, as I said before, not the hundreds or thousands, but just a few representatives of the groups. And they together, from the groups involved and impacted, they found the solution together, not dictated externally by one group or so. Everybody was equal. And in case somebody would say, no, we're going to do this different, then the question is very simple. Well, are we going to solve this problem? If you don't want to solve the problem, here's the door, and I do it.
That's exactly here the method. And there's a paper, I should have probably put it in the form, and that is, how do we, for example, move forward with the close the education gap project that we want to do as a pilot in New Jersey. And the main thing was, how do we get the schools to adopt that? And the approach that we took to that was getting the teachers union, which is across the entire state. Well, we have two unions, but the main union that covers most of the state, getting them to have a committee of teachers that dedicate themselves to having a solution that they commit that this will work. If we let them do it, that it would work. And so that they would be presenting to their colleagues that, hey, this is what we, the teachers, say that we can do this and this will bring about the difference. And when they get into the discussion, as I say, they can't use any excuses of things that are happening in the outside world and say, no, we can't do it until you change the outside world. Because we've seen every time that's happened, the outside world didn't change. So we believe in talking with teachers, some representative teachers, that doing that, that they are going to come to a conclusion that would be effective because we see our role would only be to bring in research examples that might
Ah,
either support or show that some of their suggestions are really likely to be very good and some of them not so good by bringing in the statistical research from the outside. But let them do the brainstorming. Just encourage them, like you
yeah,
say, to use nonlinear thinking and not restrict themselves to the
yeah,
linear thinking of the past.
yeah,
Game
but for
storming.
that, Bill,
That's one of our projects is game storming for community solutions. We've
Mhm.
done it before in different places, and we have to again make it fun for the parents and the teachers and the kids. It has to be or engaging or it has to be engaging. Maybe not fun. It's serious fun at that level, but
uh,
we have to make it engaging. Game storming.
Yeah,
um,
yeah.
Bill, you just mentioned, okay, you provide the facts, the information to them. But in a situation, as you just have described, came over to me that a cumbersome project, the cumbersome something to do, and one wonders whether there is somebody who takes on responsibility. The key that made the difference for the project we had over here was a facilitator trained
Mhm.
in doing this workshop in such a way that everybody listens to each other and that at the end of the day, the experts in the workshop can say, yes, what we have found is executable. Yeah. So this isn't something that one can leave to different groups. If you want to get really such lengthy discussions shortened from endless discussions to just a few workshops to find a solution framework and the statement, yes, this is executable. That makes such a difference.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and
Think about it as
yes, that's exactly the approach that we were envisioning. In other words, working together with the sponsorship of the teachers union to be able to put together a working group that might be definitely less than 100 people, perhaps as few as
12 people in the workshop, maximum.
well,
12?
the problem
You can
here
have more.
is that you have to have the results of that workshop. The reason we're doing the workshop is so that the tens of thousands of teachers will accept that as representative of the broader teaching community. So the group has to be big enough to have
Sure.
credibility among their fellow teachers because contrary to most European countries, we do not have any high level authority that can say, yes, okay, I like that idea, we're going to do it. You still have to take that result coming out of that committee and you have to sell it to thousands of individual schools. So,
Um,
Can I say something?
yeah.
yeah, sure.
Loosely coupled networks is what I was instructed by a top level. This was back in 2000. And Intel got involved with us with our project, community building, and this education was part of it. And the lead guy, Chris Thomas, who he they it was like the structure of open source was the solution, loosely coupled networks. So he saw what we were doing on a local level and wanted to help us to scale it out on a global, but it was keeping it local. It was I call it glocal, 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 so you can have small those 5-person groups, but you can have 1,000 of them. That's 5,000 that are now connected together and sharing the resource, especially with the internet and the technology. It makes it, so that was kind of the premise. And I'm gonna voice that potential of doing both the top down and the bottom up at the same time.
Um, Yes, I think here the problem that you're getting here more and more is that when we look in the United States, we have the national exams that are given at several grades. I think grade 4, grade 8, and we have things like Common Core. Even though this is something that a number of politicians are now saying, no, we don't want to do that. And but by and large, what we're seeing is people want a standard result. In other words, and we'll talk about this later, whether this is really desirable or not. But right now, when we measure the results of our education system, we're measuring whether or not we've managed to turn all young people into clones of one another with regards to certain knowledge. And so the right now, the failure is described as, oh, this person here is not a correct clone of our ideal solution, our ideal result. So
Which is a
the
big shift. That's a good thing that's shifted because before it was just about making clones. So now they're trying to undo that. So that's a good thing.
No,
It's
no, no,
just
it's
figuring
not. They're not trying to undo the clones. They're trying to go and perfect the creation of clones. That the whole idea of saying we have to improve it at the teacher and at the curriculum and school level is saying that we need to make sure all these schools are doing exactly the same thing and creating exactly the same result. But and that's what we're going to get to talking about two levels. Can we, based on the existing system, is there a way that we can make it so that every single student or every single young person reaches a certain point in their life equally prepared for what's next according to this generic standard? Now, in the latter part of the school, there's paths. Usually, you can take the university, the college path, or you can take the technical path or whatever. But by and large, it's all prescribed. This is what we expect people to know. And it's only as you get to the very upper levels that we say, now take all that basic knowledge and go off and do your thing. But up until that point, we're wanting everybody to be equal in terms of what they know and what they think. Again, I'm not saying here that's what we should be doing, but that's what the system currently is set up to do. But let's take a look here and see what is the direction of solutions that is happening, because that is going to let me see, I got to close this.
one of the solutions for me was because I was a failure in the education system in New York. I was a total, especially then I went to Boston University and perfected that failings. And it wasn't until I broke free and went to global education through Friends World College that I was able to find myself and find my life purpose. And I've been living it out ever since. And that was in like 79.
Mhm.
So me as an example of a failure in the traditional cloned educational system of New York, and then Boston going and trying to do it in the university level and also being a failure. It wasn't until there was an out of the box, system for mentorship, and that's what it was all about, is a global education. So I studied global education, and that worked, and I was able to find my pathway to being satisfied as an educator and being educated all the time, understanding the mentorship model. So I
I
think there's
think we're
something.
gonna see that what you're talking about is going to become very pertinent. I mean, I have a master's in engineering from Boston University, and I've never spent more than 6 months on any university campus in my life. There's some people that sort of would be labeled black sheep. I think pretty much everybody would put me in that category because
Me too.
I've
I
done.
did party 101, 201, 301, and 401.
Yeah. So at any rate, let's go and look through these because we're going to run out of time without having the fuller picture, let's look at a couple more of these videos, and then we're going to come back because these two are talking about things that are being done that will be great tools to support learning according to the rules of education that we've been following for the last 100 years or 200 years. Whether they're still applicable, that's going to be our next question. And then we're going to take a look specifically into proposals for totally mastering the existing education system. And then we're going to talk about, okay, is that really the education system we want and need, given changes that are taking place in the world? And we'll get into that. So let me get into looking at this. This first video here is Google has come out with this new set of tools. It's test preparation. So initially, it's for the SATs, which is the used by most universities for qualifying students to enter their universities. And there's also the JEE, which is the standard entrance examination to Indian universities in India. But planned are all the different forms of certification and qualification exams, from the bar exam to the exams to get into master degree programs and you name it that are coming. But this is the model they're looking at here. Okay, so let's listen to this.
All right, let's talk about the SAT. For like forever, getting ready for this test has been this super stressful, super expensive thing. But what if you had a top tier personal tutor right on your phone? One that's available 24/7 and completely free. Well, Google's new AI tool is trying to do exactly that. And honestly, it could change everything. So here's how we're going to break it all down. First, we'll touch on the old test prep problem we all know. Then we'll dive into Google's AI solution. But the really cool part, we'll look at what happens after the score. That's where the magic is. We'll also talk about the pros and cons, how you can build your own AI study plan, and what this means for the big picture of learning. All right, first up, let's get real about a problem that pretty much every student and parent has run into, the high cost of getting a high score. For years, right? If you wanted a real edge on the SAT, you had to be ready to pay up. And that's created this huge barrier for a ton of people. And this number, wow, this really says it all, doesn't it? Getting that one-on-one top tier help, it works for sure, but it is crazy expensive. It just puts that kind of help way out of reach for most students. So,
By the way, that 145 is, I think that's referring to the hourly cost of a test prep tutor. In a Rotary Club in New Jersey, one of our members actually had a test prep service. I think he was charging parents $400 an hour, and the kids were
What?
and they were
Wow.
they were he was booked. He was totally booked. He couldn't handle another student, which just goes to show you how much people are willing to pay
Wow.
for that. So the parents in his case were paying $4,000 or $5,000 to help prepare their kids to do well on this exam.
so you end up with this massive financial wall that just creates a totally uneven playing field. I mean, it's always been true that students with more money had an edge, but that might finally be starting to change. So,
Okay, one other thing to the test prep. It's very interesting. China has improved their education system, going from one of the worst back in the 1980s, worst levels of illiteracy in the world, and horrible education systems that was just based on rote memorization, to now being the best education system in the world. In the 2018, was it, or 2019 PISA exams, they scored 10% higher than the next best country in education outcomes. Now,
Wow.
what is particularly interesting when we talk about the test prep here is China has raised so many people out of poverty into the middle class and upper middle class. And part of what this did is education is free in China. And so there's a tremendous competition to get into the best schools. And this resulted in a huge business of people doing test prep and parents paying exorbitant sums to have their children be prepped to do well in these exams. China just, I don't know exactly when, but in the recent times, has now banned test prep. They have banned all these service companies that were offering test prep here because they said, look, that's giving an artificial advantage to just people who can afford to pay for the test prep. So just a little side piece there on that. So this
They
is
should support getting it to everybody to do the same thing for everybody.
well,
Go the other way.
that's exactly what Google is saying. Google is saying, hey, you know what? This thing is totally unfair. That if you allow people that can pay to get their kids to have an unfair advantage, that is not good for society. So this is now getting into what's their solution.
Exactly is this all changing? Well, Google is stepping into the ring with a really powerful new tool, and it's all running on its Gemini AI. Now, this is super important. We're not talking about just some random questions the AI cooked up. Google actually partnered with the Princeton Review, one of the biggest names in test prep. That means the material you're practicing with, it's the real deal, vetted by experts. And you won't believe how easy it is to get started, seriously. There are no signups, no credit cards, no weird apps to download. You literally just open up Gemini and ask for an SAT practice test. Boom. You've got a full-timed exam right there. Okay, but here's the thing. Taking the test, that's just step one. The real power of this tool, what makes it so different from just a book of practice tests, is what happens the instant you hit that submit button. Because in that moment, Gemini stops being just a test giver and turns into your personal tutor. It's not just about giving you a grade. It's about analyzing every single answer to give you this deep, totally actionable breakdown of how you did. So instead of just one big score, you get this incredible diagnostic report. It shows you your overall score and percentile, sure, but it also breaks down every section. You see charts on specific topics, highlights of your strengths, and this is the most important part, exactly where your weaknesses are. It pinpoints your knowledge gaps right away. And this is where it gets crazy cool. It's not just a static answer key, right? You can actually talk to it. You can literally ask, hey Gemini, why did I get question 12 wrong? And it will walk you through the entire thing, the logic, the reasoning, everything, until you actually get it. All right, now let's talk about what I think is the most game-changing feature of all. It's how Gemini takes all that feedback and builds you a personalized study plan. It basically becomes your own AI study strategist. So it shifts into this learning coach mode. Let's say you're totally stuck on a concept from the test. It won't just explain it to you. No, it can create a custom mini lesson right then and there and even generate brand new practice problems just for that one thing you're struggling with. And that's the whole key, right? Gemini looks at all your data, every right and wrong answer, and spits out a custom study plan. It identifies your weakest areas, recommends specific things to work on, and suggests drills. It basically tells you exactly where to focus your time so you're not just guessing anymore. And get this, it teaches you using something called adaptive repetition. So if you keep missing a certain kind of algebra problem, you can just ask it, hey, create 5 new questions just like that one. It's like having an infinite question bank to drill your weak spots over and over until it's second nature. Okay, so this all sounds amazing, almost too good to be true. But how does it actually perform in the real world? Let's take a look at what some of the first people to use it are saying, the good and the not so good. So you can see there's a clear trade-off. On the one hand, the pros are massive. It's free, it's accessible 24/7, the content is from Princeton Review, and you get instant personalized feedback with unlimited practice. But the cons are real too. The user interface isn't a perfect copy of the official Blue Book app, which is a big deal for some. Also, it's not a truly adaptive test, which means the questions don't get harder or easier based on your answers like the real digital SAT. And because it's still new, some early users have spotted a few errors here and there. So what's the bottom line here? You have to use it strategically. It is an absolutely fantastic tool for figuring out your baseline, for drilling those specific question types you struggle with, and for really understanding why you're making mistakes. But, and this is a big but, you should still plan on using the official College Board Blue Book app. You need that to get used to the real interface to build that muscle memory for test day. All right, let's zoom out for a second and think about the big picture. What does all of this really mean? Because this isn't just another study guide. This could be a fundamental shift in how we think about education. Think about it. For so long, the quality of your test prep really depended on where you lived or how much money your family had. A tool like this, it could completely level the playing field. For the first time, world-class personalized tutoring is available to literally anyone with an internet connection for free. That's a massive step toward democratizing education. And that leaves us with this final thought. The advantage is shifting. It's no longer just about who can afford the best prep course. It's becoming about who learns how to use these incredible AI tools strategically. The question is, are you ready for that shift?
Okay, thoughts?
Well, democratizing education. I like that. That's important. That's what we're talking about, right?
Yeah, I think here one of the things, on the one hand, we could say this, wow, this is going to go here and make a difference. My son, he scored the SAT max score, I think, is 1,600 in either math or reading. In math, he scored a 1560. In the Math 2 achievement test, which is very similar, but for advanced placement, he scored a I'll take that back. It goes to 800, not to 1600, to 800. He had 1560 combined reading and math. So he was like at 780 or something like that in the math SAT. And in the Math 2 achievement test, he was a perfect 800. That resulted in him getting a free ride all the way through university here, including room and board and everything. So my daughter was struggling a little bit, so we paid, and she went and uh, took the test prep approach. But this could totally change things. Imagine now if we had the Common Core testing, which is done at every grade level in a lot of states, not every state, but a lot of states. Interestingly, the Commissioner of Education of one state said that the results of the testing were poor for their state. So that's the reason they should stop testing. They don't want anybody they say it's bad for our psyche to see we're not doing a good job, so let's just not check it anymore. But the bottom line is if we had that kind of not just the test, but the follow on that we're able to identify exactly where your weaknesses are, where do you need to focus, and provide you with a structured sequence to fill in any holes that you have in that education for that year. If that was applied to all schools, we could achieve that state that every student is at 100% grade level by the end of each year, which means they're 100% grade level ready going into the next year, at least per subject. Okay. Um, but on the other hand, one of the major complaints we have about education is we're spending too much time teaching to the test.
Right.
I think the difference is a lot of schools that are teaching to the test are looking here and saying, oh, we're using multiple choice. So let's teach you how to better guess what the answer is. We'll teach you how to toss out the total ridiculous answers and narrow down to the most likely answers, and then using some kind of psychology, how many previous questions was the answer in this letter, and so the likelihood is that this one maybe has a different letter, all things like that. In other words, they're not teaching the material. They're literally teaching to take a test to be a good
Right.
test
We used
taker.
to pay for that, Bill. Back in New York, we were able to pay for the SAT results. That was
Uh-huh.
a whole thing that was going on then. I don't know if you remember. I don't know if it's still going on, but I haven't thought about that for a long time. So this is recalling my education
Mhm.
challenge that I went through, but that was part of it. I actually bought the SAT results to help me to better my score.
Yeah.
Horrible. Crazy.
So, but at any rate, though, this tool, imagine here how useful this might be. You want to take the bar exam to practice law in a particular state.
Yeah.
Or if you want to take what is it, the MRE, to get into a master's degree program, whatever it is, to targeted learning. You want to accomplish something specific with regards to learning. This could be a tremendous tool for accomplishing that. Yes, Mark Henry.
Thanks, Bill. And I've been in and out of the discussion. I was moving, sorting some things for my kids, so that's why I haven't commented before. In addition to what you've said, for me, I just feel Google really deserves a lot of credit for this because I get the sense that in a lot of the dialogues, I think because AI is now moving that so fast. A lot of people, of course, trying to leverage their tools and their models for commercial reasons, of course, which is understandable. You want to keep ahead, and then you want to meet your costs. But this is something which is a very, very powerful tool, an equalizer. I can see its application across a lot of developing countries where I've lived and worked, as well as developed countries, and they're making it free. And they're actually breaking down barriers because one of the things that if, for instance, it required something as simple as a logon, we take emails for granted, we take computer access for granted. But this year is saying, no, listen, in Uganda, you will find almost everybody can afford a mobile phone, some of which are in the range of about, you could say, $10. But you will be able to access the internet, which means you will be able to access Google services. I would think it's just probably a matter of weeks for them to be able to get this translated into other languages so that we could say that, fair enough, they're structuring it around specific tests. But I think it could also very easily spin out to say, fair enough, let's look at the test. But how about in that assessment phase, helping you master the principles? Because ultimately, what is needed to be productive is you need to understand the principles and the skills. So I think shout out to Google, and I just look forward to seeing how communities like ours can support that diffusion.
Yes, and this is just one example that we were talking about, but I think here it could literally be a game changer in people's ability to, as you mentioned here, okay, in a developing country, maybe you didn't get all of the preparation targeted towards, let's say, an SAT or the master's degree entrance exam or things like this that would qualify you to continue your education outside of your own country, perhaps. And so I think this is coming. But you have to keep in mind the JEE, which is the standard India entrance exam for all universities. That is now available, I think, in something like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 12, 13 different languages, that exam. Now, does Google make that available in all? I have no idea. But they definitely have the tools to be able to make that available in multiple languages. And given that you can use Notebook LM now to work with, like, I think something like 80 languages, I would not be surprised whatsoever if this is going to be available. And this will give students in developing countries the opportunity to qualify for all kinds of advanced programs, but also to be able to pass regulatory exams to be able to practice different kinds of professions.
Is any of these tools open source?
Not here. The ones Google is doing, no. But I wouldn't be surprised if some people are. If we look at Khan Academy, if I'm not mistaken, is now being used by 140 million people a year in learning. And it's available in 40, I think 40 languages. And there is a version of that called Khan Academy Lite. And what Khan Academy Lite does is for people that don't have internet connectivity, you can run it on a Raspberry Pi server, which costs maybe about $50, and some low-cost tablets that are maybe under $100. So you can outfit a classroom with it very inexpensively. And it uses a thumb drive, which will have maybe for the what students would be doing in the first 4 weeks of a certain level that they're at. And it captures all of the results for each of those students. And then periodically, once a week, once a month, or whatever, somebody will come and they will take that thumb drive and they'll come on a bike, a motorbike, or whatever to that community, grab the thumb drive, take it to an uploading community that has upload capabilities. They'll upload it, download the current version, and drop it back off, and then that they use that for the next so many weeks. So the idea here is that that they're making it possible to be able to use these tools without having a permanent internet link. Okay, I want to show you here because we're running out of time. I want to show you the next another stage of something that's out there that they're about to do. It's been released to a few testers, but not to the general public yet. But this is something else that I think is exciting about what Google is doing in this regard. And okay, how do I find the right one? Oh, not that one. Okay. Okay, this is called Google's Learn Your Way. And this was introduced maybe about 6 months ago, but it's still under wraps in development. I think you can get to it through their lab interface, and then you got to request an invitation and to be able to test it out. So let's listen to this for a moment of what they're trying to do.
Welcome to the Explainer. Today, we're digging into a really fascinating experiment from Google called Learn Your Way. And the big idea here is pretty bold: to completely rebuild the textbook from the ground up, using AI to create a learning experience that actually adapts to you. In this quote from Google's research team.
Okay, this fits very well into the comment that was made about the textbook mafia, because this is totally breaking that concept.
Well, it really hits the nail on the head, doesn't it? Think about it. For generations, learning has meant one book, written one way, for every single student in a classroom, no matter their background, their interests, or how they learn best. So what if we could finally break that mold? What if a textbook wasn't just a static object anymore? That's the exact question Google is exploring with Learn Your Way, a project that aims to turn a standard educational document into a totally dynamic, personalized learning experience. All right, so here's how we're going to break this down. First, we'll look at how they're reimagining the textbook itself. Then, we'll get into the simple two-step process it uses to personalize the content for you. After that, we'll explore the 4 different learning formats it generates, peek under the hood at the AI that powers it all, and finally, talk about the bigger vision here. So, first things first, the core idea is all about moving beyond those old limitations and fundamentally rethinking one of education's most enduring tools. The whole goal is to take something standard, like a chapter from a textbook that you'd get as a PDF, and transform it into this interactive learning hub. It's not just about reading anymore. It's about actually engaging with the ideas in a bunch of different ways. Okay, so how does this personalization actually work? Well, the whole process gets kicked off by 2 very simple choices that the learner makes, and those choices fuel the entire AI pipeline. It all starts with this. First, you tell the system your grade level. Second, you pick a personal interest from a list, things like sports, music, or art. And believe it or not, these 2 simple inputs are the entire basis for tailoring all the content that comes next. And this is where the AI really gets to work. It does 2 key things. First, it relevels the text. basically adjusting the complexity so it's right for your grade level, but without losing any of the factual information. Then, and this is the cool part, it rewrites the generic examples to connect with your interests. So suddenly, Newton's third law isn't just an abstract concept. It's explained through the physics of a basketball shot or the vibration of a guitar string. Now here's the crucial point. After it's done personalizing, the system doesn't just hand you back a block of text. No, it generates multiple, completely different ways for you to engage with the very same ideas. The whole idea here, which is based on a lot of learning science, is that when you engage with the same material in different formats, you build stronger mental connections. So Learn Your Way generates these 4 distinct versions to help you build a much more robust understanding of the topic. So first up, you've got something they call immersive text. This is not passive reading. The system breaks down these long passages into smaller, more manageable chunks, pops in some relevant AI-generated images, and this is key. It embeds interactive questions right into the text so you get immediate feedback. Next, you get a full slideshow presentation. It automatically pulls out the key points and puts them on.
Let me just go back to that previous point here. Hold on a minute. Okay, this piece.
Passive reading. The system breaks down these long passages into smaller, more manageable chunks, pops in some relevant AI-generated images, and this is key. It embeds interactive questions right into the text so you get immediate feedback. Next.
So basically, we talked about Khan Academy. A lot of people think Khan Academy, oh, that's the thing that has all the YouTube videos that really explain well how things work. That is not the key thing. In fact, a school district in California that was one of the pioneers said that the videos are the least important aspect of Khan Academy. The most important Khan Academy is the work it did to break down an entire block of knowledge into individual small steps that are the main concepts that you have to master along the way, and to be able to test that you've mastered those before you go on. That is the real secret. And what you're hearing
Thank you,
here
Bill.
now, pardon?
I said thank you because this is the essence. You're giving me my ammunition for our algorithm of breaking down these concepts into 5 cards as gamification, which could be automatic with any content and turn it into game material, is to break it down to a card.
Yeah. Well, in this case,
card.
Yeah. So in this case, you've got each of those. So for example, in Khan Academy, they'll say, oh, you want to learn subtraction. So let's start off with just single digit subtraction. Okay, that's a pretty easy concept. You subtract 5 from 9, and oh, okay, you get 4. And then, but the next question is, what happens if it's 2-digit subtraction? And if it's something like 53 minus 48. Well, I can't subtract 8 from 3. How do I do that? So that's a separate learning unit. The first learning unit was to learn just how to subtract a digit. The second one is the concept of borrowing, so that you borrow from the previous digit, and to understand how that works. And so those are 2 separate learning units. And so that's the degree of detail, if you would, that gets us to those 120, 150 learning units per year. Okay, so that's crucial. And what you're hearing here, Google is saying, you know what? They're going to make every textbook. So as you're going through your textbook, it's explaining every paragraph to you in a way that fits you. Let's say that the English is not your mother tongue. You understand it, but you don't understand it quite as well as you understand another language. So that you can say, hey, explain that to me in this language. Or explain it to me using this example or that example. And the fact that if it's stopping along the way, and it's quizzing you to make sure you understood that part of the textbook. Okay, so let's continue.
Right into the text so you get immediate feedback. Next, you get a full slideshow presentation. It automatically pulls out the key points and puts them on slides. but it also creates a narrated conversational summary to go along with it. It's not some robot just reading the original text word for word. It's actually like a little mini lecture that was built just for you. The third.
So this is almost like saying, we're going to create a dynamic Khan Academy. As you're going through your textbook, we're going to almost have like the teacher explaining in your ear each paragraph as you look at that paragraph, but it's going to be doing it as a visual so that you'll get here a visualization if you're learning something about physics or chemistry or whatever, that it's creating a narrated slideshow, a mini video of each concept in the textbook as you're going along.
Yeah.
Format is an
missing piece.
audio lesson.
What's that?
That's been the missing piece.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, some people are going to say, and I don't know if it's far enough along yet. Eventually, I think it's going to be that if it sees that you're grasping these concepts well along the way, it's going to quiz you less frequently on the details, and it's not going to jump into the details as long as you're moving along well. If it sees that you're struggling with something, that's when it will maybe quiz you, and if you're having a problem, that's when it will generate that slideshow video to further explain that piece. Yes, Mark Henry.
Yeah, listening to this kind of reminds me of the alpha schools.
Yes.
During the week, I listened to a 2 hour interview of the founders, and besides now their workshops that they do and then the motivation sessions in the morning, this really seems to be capturing the
Yeah.
learning style of the alpha.
Yes.
So
The
I
difference
think
is, the difference is Alpha School costs $70,000 a year.
that's the thing. I mean, it's now democratizing it, but it means because the alpha that was saying they spend no less than 10,000 on certain aspects
Mhm.
per child. So that was already making it extremely elitist. But
Yes.
now Google is saying, no, listen, we're going to give this to everybody in the world
Yeah.
at no cost, and we don't even need to know who you are, so you
Yeah.
don't need to even sign in.
I
So
suspect
uh,
Google is going to
it,
partner with the textbook manufacturers so that the
Yeah.
textbook manufacturers will be able to say to the school districts, hey, we're connected into the Google Learn Your Way. So our textbook is basically fully automated.
But there's always a cost. There's always a cost.
Well,
Even if
I
they're
think,
given free, they
yeah,
have an agenda underneath it, just to be clear. And so we're clear of going in with wide eyes and, that
oh yeah.
there's always a cost, right?
There is. Let's face it. YouTube videos. You watch YouTube videos. People are making millions of dollars making YouTube videos. I think of Marquis Brownlee, who was a geeky kid in high school, started making videos, and he does interviews now with Elon Musk and Bill Gates and people like that, and he gets flown all over the world. And he's got a whole apparatus team there. Not only him, but Matt Wolf, Matt Berman, these guys that they have entire staffs that are supporting them. So you're right, somewhere's along the way. But I think Google is a company that on one hand is saying, it's good for us to do certain things just for goodwill. So that they don't necessarily say each thing we do has to directly make money, but that indirectly it does. And maybe the textbook manufacturers will have to pay to get this tool embedded on top of their textbooks. Maybe that's the model. I don't know what their model is on
Yeah,
this.
it should stay physical because otherwise, then it's moving to transhumanism, and that's kind of underlying. That's the challenge, or the what we should be aware of is that again, a lot of Google and technology is going towards transhumanism, and that's a danger. So that's what we have to
Yeah.
keep our ears as elders, and that we're based in textbooks and physical hands-on and teachers and mentors and all that, and then giving it all to AI. I'm for the technology moving on and at the highest, but we have to go in wide-eyed,
Yeah,
and that there is this challenge.
Jay, hold that thought because I got two more videos, one more video, and
May
then we're going to get
may I
into.
request Jay, if you could break down transhumanism? I'm not familiar with that.
Well, transhumanism is where we become one with the machines and the machines become one with us. To put it quickly, but if you put it into, a search, you'll see a lot of information. And again, Google has been one of the big proponents right down the line since the 90s of the power of this. And it's just a choice from my perspective, a choice, but it's goes against the agenda of staying biological units. It's the Terminator effect again of giving up on a different level, in a different way. And so the transhumanism is a danger, and some people see it as this is just the future, that we're going to be all become morphed into this hybrid entity of part human and part machine.
Cyborgs.
Hybrids. Yeah, the Borg. The
Yeah,
Borg is what Google is. The Borg.
the
Is
thing
Google.
here is what when we jumping ahead a little bit, when we get to the point where all information is available just in time. So if you're trying to go and say, hey, my car stopped and it's making this funny noise, that there's an AI whispering in your ear. Okay, take a look at this, take a look at that. Show me, look at this thing here so I can see what it looks like because I can see what you can see, and so forth. That you've got just-in-time knowledge coming into your ear at any moment. That is the sum of all the knowledge of all humanity. Well, in that case, there, basically, you're outsourcing your brain because
Right.
you're going to become so dependent because this AI is not going to wait for you to ask. It's going to be telling you what you need to know about everything that's happening around you. Just like a
Exactly.
self-driving car, as we put more and more sensors on it, it's able to detect, oh, there's a bicycle coming in from the right, swerve to the left, and so that the car will timely take action. We're going to probably get to that point that the AI is going to know everything that's happening everywhere around us, and it will tell us to take certain actions when it deems we need to do that, or it will tell us to think certain things based on some knowledge that's taking place out in the general world. As
Someone should
we
do a movie. Remember Idiocracy, the movie?
now don't remember that.
Terrible movie. But it was real and it actually happened. So Idiocracy, and I'm not going to do the whole plot here, but we should do an AI version of Idiocracy to show what happens, because Idiocracy was showing, how humanity shifted in the worst of everything. It's a comedy, but it was done like 20, 30 years ago, and a lot of that has become real
Yeah,
in what they were depicting of our human future, and that of the dangers of just robots, and we're becoming big and fat and not lazy and not doing what we need to do to be humans, and the challenges of life and all that.
yeah.
So
Well, the bottom line is if we start for everything that we ask or everything we think, we all get the same answers because they're all coming out of the same brain, the same
mhm.
AI brain. At some point, the question is going to be, why do we need all these physical bodies if we're all just sharing one brain? So we might as well just get rid of all the bodies and just have one body left.
That was
Uh,
the falling out between Larry Page and Elon Musk, was over the issue of the robo god that he believes in, and Elon said, I don't want anything to do with this. So that was the falling out between these two friends, was over that end point run, and of what they called, that he calls the robo god, that there's this intelligence, AI entity that controls the universe that we have to succumb to. So
yeah.
that's kind of it goes into philosophy here of how far down the rabbit hole we go.
Okay, let's continue on with the video here.
And
Okay.
this is pretty wild. It actually generates a simulated conversation between an AI
Oh,
teacher and an AI student. The AI student asks questions, it brings up common misunderstandings, and the
Okay, hold
AI
on.
teacher
Let me get
it
back.
actually generates a simulated conversation between an AI teacher and an AI student. This is
Hold on.
pretty wild. It actually generates a simulated conversation between an AI teacher and an AI student. The AI student asks questions, it brings up common misunderstandings, and the AI teacher clarifies and corrects them. It basically models how a real student might grapple with the material. And finally, there's the mind map. This is a super powerful visual tool that organizes all the information in a hierarchy. It lets you see the big picture, and then you can click to expand different sections and zoom all the way down to the tiny details. You can literally see how all the ideas are connected. So, you're probably wondering what kind of tech is actually making all of this happen. And it's not just one single AI model doing all the work, it's a way more complex and coordinated system than that. The real magic here is what you'd call an AI orchestration system. Think of it less like a single genius AI and more like a conductor leading an orchestra. It's a carefully designed workflow that gets all these different AI components to work together to generate the text, the slides, the audio, and the mind map, all from that same personalized source. It's really built on two key layers. At the core, you've got Gemini 2.5 Pro. That's the powerhouse engine doing all the heavy lifting of generating content. But layered on top is LearnLM, which is a specialized set of models that acts like an expert educator, infusing everything Gemini does with proven teaching strategies. So Gemini is the engine, but LearnLM is the expert driver. And to make those audio lessons feel so real, the system gets even smarter. It uses these independent AI agents, or personas, a teacher agent and a student agent that actually have a conversation with each other. It's this back and forth between them that creates such a natural and believable learning dialogue. Okay, so we've seen the what and the how, but what about the why? Why does all this technology really matter for the future of education? What's the end game here? Well, the results kind of speak for themselves. In a controlled study, students who used to learn your way remembered about 78% of the material long term. Compare that to 67% for students who just used a regular digital reader. That 11-point difference is a pretty significant leap in learning retention. And this isn't just cool tech for the sake of it. The whole system is grounded in these 5 solid principles of learning science. The idea is to make learning more active, break down complex topics so they're easier to handle, adapt everything to the individual student, spark their curiosity, and even help them think about how they learn. And honestly, this is just a first step. The bigger vision is a future where our learning tools don't just personalize things once at the beginning, but are constantly adapting to our progress in real time. It's a future where every single student could have a high quality learning experience that is truly 100% custom built just for them. And that kind of leaves us with a pretty fascinating question to chew on. As these technologies get better and better, and learning materials can be tailored perfectly to our own individual minds, how is that going to change our relationship with learning itself? It's a pretty exciting future to think about.
Okay, so
Cool.
that it's very interesting to look at this because if you think of Notebook LM, and we see the ability to make mind maps, drill into mind maps, have curated knowledge. They're basically saying here, okay, they're going to curate the knowledge from a textbook, and then you're going to have all of this. And as I said, given that pretty much all the textbook publishers, you can look at pretty much any textbook. You're going to see if you go into the table of contents, if it's a detailed table of contents, you're going to see that they're almost identical. They have all the same learning units at the same sequence and so forth, because that's proven. That's not the publisher doing this. Also, keep in mind in America, you almost have no cases anymore of an author writing a book on an education, especially K through 12 education. It's usually a body of specialists in that subject matter that collaborate to write the textbooks that are used in the schools. Okay, so we took a look here and seeing how this is really starting to come together. Think of it though, instead of just being a textbook, because Learn Your Way was like last September it was first talked about, and we've seen Notebook LM over this time really grow in capabilities. That uh, that this is all coming together. So it's going to make it so easy to say, I need to know this, I need to know that, and jump in and get exactly what you're looking for at that moment. Because we're almost out of time, I'm going to jump to that last video.
Bill, do you work with Google directly?
I know somebody on the Gemini team, but I don't work directly with them. No.
Because it feels like, and maybe you should, of being a proponent for them, because it's kind of a consistent theme of kind of the best of there, and so it might be a target to kind of have a collaboration at that level, and also to instill some maybe other levels of integrity that should be there as check system. Maybe you
Yeah.
can play a role in the work that
I
you're doing.
Yeah, I think we have to say right now from the breadth of scope of solutions and the speed of development, Google has definitely jumped into the lead here, which is and some of these tools are just so tremendous, which is why I present those. Myself, I use ChatGPT quite a lot. I use Claude. I use occasionally Grok. Uh, so,
Mostly
but
Grok, but it's a collaboration. I'm always a collaboration between Grok, and then I'll bring it into LM or Chat GPT, and kind of have it vetted out and kind of put into a different perspective. So I try to make a bridge.
actually, it's that collaboration piece that I prefer ChatGPT's collaboration. If you got the memory on and you've been doing it for a little while, it learns you so well that you're able to really have open brainstorming sessions, and you can do it in voice with ChatGPT. So when I'm working to try to come up with a great prompt or understand the basics so that I can come up with a prompt to then use for deep research, I prefer the deep research, for example, of Gemini. I think here most people would say they currently have the best deep research. Some people, occasionally I'll go over to Claude to try to get my basic understanding of something or get it in a certain style of writing. So it's important to know each of these. But if I take a look at the breadth of movement in these different areas, right now I do believe that Google is moving the fastest. So
Well,
that's
they've been ahead more than anybody else right from the beginning. They broke the original way. I mean, the search engine was AI, for a lot longer than what so we've been doing AI for a long time, and so they've been at it for a long, long, long time, longer than anybody else as well.
yeah.
They had the lead early
But you
on.
also have to remember Google DeepMind are the ones that came up with the entire AI modeling. They're the ones that basically invented it. All the others are copying Google technology, including OpenAI and of course Grok uh, as well.
Bill, if I could just follow that up, you did mention that in order to test it, it's not yet open, but one would have to go, I think, to Google's lab or something like that. Are you able to get us access so we could test this? Because
Google
for me,
Labs, I
I'm just
think,
looking at it, not
yeah,
from I mean, we're discussing it more from the US system and how it can integrate into a US test. But I would really like to start looking at it and
yeah.
saying, okay, listen, we have areas where you've got a paucity of, for instance, textbooks and information to be feeding. So, how already can one
Okay. I don't
start
think
thinking about tweaking
Learn
a
Your
few
Way, I don't think Learn Your
inputs
Way
to
is yet
then be
ready for that. I
mm,
would expect here probably by May, which is only a couple of months more, we're
mm,
going to see
no, it's
some
just
new
around the corner.
announcements. But here's the thing. I'm going to show you. Let me show you this one last video, and then I want to show you some new changes in
Okay.
Notebook LM that are going to take you
Mm,
in this direction here, because what we see in the teams in Google, they're if one team comes up with an advancement that we're seeing the other teams integrate that into what they're doing. So a lot of what we're seeing here, you can create with Gemini gems. You can create a lot of this functionality yourself. In fact, deep research, if you would, is nothing more than a an agent application put on top of their large language model. And so it goes through a lot of iterations. So it'll go through an iteration, look for some stuff, and then it will analyze what it found, and then it will, based on that analysis, it says, oh, this is still weak and that needs support. And then it will define a new round of research. And then it will go do that round of research, get more information. It will analyze that, figure out what it found, figure out what it still needs, and then it'll go out and do that. I've had it go through up to 20, more than 20 iterations, more than 400 sources on that, of constantly refining what it's doing. Plus, we've got in parallel to that is this whole idea that it's not going out there anymore and getting a solution and just saying, here's what I found, and showing it to you. What it's doing now is it's creating multiple personas. So if you ask a question, it will go say, okay, I'm going to create a persona that's an expert in that field, that's going to go get all the actual exact information that it can find. Then I'm going to go create a persona that's a skeptic in that field, that's going to go out and find all the information that disagrees with what the first one found, and so on. And it can develop up to a dozen such personas, and they send them all out in parallel. They go gather up their answers, and then they come back and they argue and debate with one another to try to come to a consensus on what the best answer might be. And that's the answer they're presenting to us.
They call it simulated annealing. That was the original, way, way, way back, right? You remember that simulated annealing and of pounding the sword to make it better. So that was something we learned early on in the whole AI pursuit,
Yeah.
that they and one of the lacks and one of the needs for it, that obviously they've been overcoming, but it's still going to be an ongoing challenge of having that dynamic all the time
Yeah.
with you and with humans. And that's the saving grace. If we can do it between humans, the IA with the AI, then we can have a good relationship. Otherwise, we're feeding
And
into it. And
yeah, and keep in mind here, AI, intelligence isn't the best word to be using there, because it's not intelligence. But what it's able to do is it's able to access what ideas and actions that humans have ever taken, or that's been captured, led to the best outcomes in a given situation, a given question, or a given situation that a self-driving car might identify, or whatever. And so, but when it goes out there, it's pulling, and it says, I want the best information from humans. Well, you've got humans that run the gamut in their ideas. So by going and saying, okay, I'm going to look for that idea from different perspectives, then it brings those
yeah,
together, and it debates those. So we're getting better and better answers all the time.
I'm going to
Okay, well,
defend, though, the intelligence, the I quotient, that it's augmenting intelligence, not artificial. It's augmenting intelligence. So I'm
I
going to
think
defend
that's
and
a
the line.
very that's a very
I'm going
dangerous
to defend
word,
the intelligence
because
part.
it's the goal of AI is not augmenting intelligence. It's just generating its answer. It doesn't care to its goal is not to help humans. Its goal is to provide an answer, or take an action. And this is something that's really important to understand. When we look back at the 1970s, 80s, and computer applications in general, most applications were intended to provide a human with information so that the human made decisions. When we got into the 1990s and the early 2000s, more and more the ERP systems were looking at, we called it business process optimization. And we looked at a process and we said, well, this human, almost every job out there, 90+% of people, their job involves following an SOP, standard operating procedures. Now, in some companies, they got handbooks. It says exactly you're supposed to do this, this, and this if that situation happens. And we're not looking for innovation. We're looking for somebody that does exactly what is expected for a given set of circumstances. And even where we don't deliberately write it out, the purpose of a lot of higher education is that we treat people what is the general practice or the expected practice in a given situation. And so that you learn to do that, whether you're studying medicine or regardless of what you're studying engineering on how to test things out there or what have you. There's certain processes to follow. So in the 1990s and 2000s, what we were doing was saying we're automating those processes and eliminating the humans and when we eliminated the humans, we no longer needed the systems that were providing outputs that were understandable by humans. And so we were able to take, for example, order processing times in large operations from days down to minutes by just eliminating all the humans on doing credit checks and product availability and priorities and all those different types of things. So AI as we get into the agentic technology where we're looking for processes for steps, multi-step agent technologies, we're moving towards the idea that, okay, the agent can do a little thing for a few minutes or a few hours and then hands it back to a human, that more and more the goal is to extend the amount of steps and times the AI can operate on its own and reduce the need to go back to the humans at all. And so that more and more you see some of the videos out there where people are saying, hey, I was able to give it this instruction and it went off and it did the whole thing. And a week later, it came back and gave me all the results. That's what in many cases, the humans now, that's what they want because their goal is not to find a way to occupy a bunch of other humans. Their goal is a way to get something done. So anyway, let's, okay. I think we're it's too late to show that other video now, but you can look at it here. It's the education crisis in AI. And it says we talked about that last week.
Bill, is it too late? I think we could go an extra few minutes and listen to it. If it's
Okay,
okay.
well, the video's not that long. It's okay, let's just do it.
You're down to your fans.
Let's
You're a
talk
core.
Yeah. Okay. Well, the others just can watch on a video or something. Okay. This is now what we're talking about here is how do we close the education gaps that exist out there right now? Our current education system says by the end of 12th grade, this is what we want everybody to know and everybody to be capable of and have mastered. That's where we're at. The whole idea of saying, oh, you need to be a lifelong learner and everything. That's new, but it's not something that we're testing for, let's say, at the end of 12th grade. So this is really a question of how do we reduce the education gaps that exist out there today? What's their cause and what can we do about them? So that's what this video is about. So let me just let it run and then we'll talk about it.
About something huge. What if I told you that everything we think we know about America's failing schools is wrong? That the problem isn't what we think it is, and the solution? Well, it's something straight out of science fiction. Let's get into it. So we have to start here with this number, 40%. Just let that sink in for a second. According to what's basically the nation's report card, 4 out of every 10 fourth graders in the US can't read at a basic functional level. This isn't just bad, it's a disaster that's wiped out 3 decades of progress. It's the flashing red light on the dashboard. So, naturally, the question everybody jumps to is this one. Are our schools failing? I mean, it seems obvious, right? It's the easy answer, the one that gets thrown around in every debate, but what if it's the wrong question entirely? To really figure this out, we have to look under the hood of the system itself. You see, our schools are built on an old model, a 19th century factory model. It was designed for a different time and it has a critical, fundamental flaw in its design. They call it Swiss cheese learning, and it's a perfect metaphor. Imagine this. You're in a math class, you take a test on fractions, and you get a 75%. We call that a C, pat you on the back, and push you on to the next unit, decimals. But what that C really means is that you didn't grasp 25% of the core concept. That's a hole. And the next unit builds on the last one, so you get another hole and another, until the whole foundation is just full of holes and it collapses. So what's the fix? Well, you just flip the entire equation on its head. See, in our current factory model, the one thing that's constant is time, 9 months in a grade, an hour in a class. The variable is how much you learn. But in a mastery-based model, learning is the constant. You have to achieve 100%. The variable becomes time. It might take you 2 days, it might take you 2 weeks, but you don't move on until you get it. And this brings us to what sounds like an educational utopia, a system actually designed to make sure every single student succeeds. It's called mastery-based education. Think about how different this classroom looks. The students are in the driver's seat. They work at their own pace, wrestling with ideas until they truly master them. And the teacher? The teacher is no longer the sage on the stage, just lecturing to the middle of the class. They're freed up to become this personal coach, going to the students who are stuck and giving them that crucial one-on-one help right when they need it. I mean, on paper, this is it. It's the perfect system. No more Swiss cheese knowledge. Every kid builds a rock-solid foundation. You'd create a generation of truly confident, independent thinkers. It sounds like the key, right? So the big question is, if this is so great, why aren't we doing it everywhere? Because when this theoretically perfect system collides with our very unequal reality, it doesn't just show a crack. It reveals a flaw so enormous it could shatter the whole idea of public education. It's the perfect system. Or, well, almost. Okay, let's run a little simulation. You have 2 first graders. We'll call them Student A and Student B. Student A comes from a well-off family. Lots of books, lots of conversation. Student B comes from a low-income home. In the old factory model, they move through the grades together. But in a mastery system, you take the brakes off. Student A, with her head start, just takes off like a rocket. Student B, who's missing some of those early building blocks, moves much slower. After just 5 years, Student A is doing 8th grade work, while Student B is still on 3rd grade material. The achievement gap doesn't just widen, it becomes an impossible to ignore chasm. And this right here, this is the most important takeaway. The mastery system doesn't create this inequality. It's a truth-telling machine. The old factory model was brilliant at one thing, hiding the problem by pushing kids along based on their birthday. The mastery model rips the Band-Aid off and forces us to see the raw, uncomfortable truth of a much deeper crisis. And that forces us to look for the source of the problem somewhere else entirely. It turns out the real crisis isn't happening inside our schools at all. It's happening before kids ever set foot in a kindergarten classroom. Now get ready for this because this data changes everything. When you take America's international test scores and break them down by the poverty level of the school, you get this absolutely stunning result. Our most affluent schools, the ones with very little poverty, they don't just do well, they score #1 in the world, better than powerhouse countries like Singapore. So the system can work. It works brilliantly, but only if the students show up ready to learn. The problem isn't instruction, it's preparation. And the reason for this, it's all biology. It's pure neuroscience. The fundamental architecture of the human brain for things like language is built in the first 3 years of life. That's the critical window. By the time a kid gets to preschool, that window's already shutting. So that infamous 4th grade slump we always hear about, it's not a slump at all. It's just the delayed detonation of a bomb that was set in infancy. So what builds the brain? It's a simple, beautiful thing called serve and return. It's like a game of conversational tennis between a baby and an adult. The baby babbles or points at a dog, that's the serve. The parent responds, "Oh, look at the big fluffy dog," that's the return. Thousands of these little interactions a day are literally what builds the neural connections for learning. And the cost of missing out on that is just devastating. Research shows that by the time they're only 4 years old, children from homes with very little of this serve and return can already be 2 years behind in their verbal and cognitive development. They're starting kindergarten with the mental age of a 2-year-old. They are starting a marathon a mile behind the starting line. So you have this massive biological social problem happening in millions of individual homes. How on earth could you possibly scale a solution? Well, this is where the story takes a wild turn, and the solution is as radical as the problem is deep. The idea is something called an AI cognitive prosthetic. Now, stay with me here. Imagine a device, an always-on AI companion for a child, from birth to age 5. This isn't just a tablet. It's an interactive partner that can see what the child sees, hear their babbles, and engage them in thousands of those crucial serve and return interactions every single day. It would constantly be infusing their environment with rich language and foundational knowledge, building that brain 24/7. Okay, and I know what you might be thinking, so let's be crystal clear about this. This is not about replacing parents or replacing love. An AI can't give a child a hug. It can't provide that deep, secure emotional bond. That's uniquely human and completely irreplaceable. But what an AI can do is provide infinite patience, a limitless knowledge base, and the sheer volume of verbal interaction that's needed to physically build the hardware for learning in a child's brain. It's a cognitive tool, not an emotional substitute. And when you put it all together, you get this elegant two-step solution. Step 1, you use this AI technology to close the preparation gap before school even starts. You level the playing field. Step 2, you then unleash all these fully prepared kids into a mastery-based system that allows every single one of them to fly as high and as fast as they can. If you could pull this off, the potential impact is just mind-blowing. We could theoretically go from our current reality, where barely a third of our students are considered proficient, to a future where that number is 85 or 90%. It wouldn't just be an improvement, it would be the single greatest leap in human potential in history. And all of this leaves us with one final, deeply provocative question. I know it sounds like a dystopian movie plot, but based on everything we've seen, we have to ask it. Is this our choice? A future with a cognitive prosthetic in every home to level the neurological starting line, or a future where the accident of birth creates a biological divide so deep that no school system could ever hope to heal it? That's what we need to start thinking about.
Okay. So,
Was that from the trainer? Was that a universal one, or did you come up with that?
no, I had the Notebook LM. I did some research and I fed some of the results into Notebook LM, and it created that.
Yeah.
So, but do we agree that if we were able to do that, if we were able to provide all the daycare centers and the homes with these AI companions that basically are just doing what the best parents do of every day, spending time with the child, continually talking about everything in the child's environment, but also taking the child around and showing him this and showing him that and explaining this over years. That by the time these kids go to kindergarten, they would be equally prepared. And I'm a little, I got some little advantage because I've asked those types of exact questions, and it actually came up with an AI that is trained to playfully achieve a certain level of cognitive abilities and verbal vocabulary and so forth, would actually come out ahead of even the best parents today because it's taking the sum of millions of best parents to look on and it with a pedagogical thinking in the background of all its actions, but doing it as play to be able to have those children better prepared as they enter kindergarten as even today's wealthiest parents.
This is a great support for um, something we did about 10, 15 years ago of doing a study of, I call it pre-K to postdoc. And and as a again one of the gamification solutions of having the in the bassinet, the kid, there's a mobile over them with pictures that are there, symbols, and like mommy and daddy are in there. And when they touch mommy, mommy's saying I love you, and daddy's saying I care for you. So we can do it in the bassinet and start to train them, earlier, with some of these tools as well. It's now put into the context of AI, but it's just, our intelligence and our love
Right.
being offered.
I think one of the big difference.
You would get great results and the country would look great on paper, but you still have to, you're basically limiting the influence of bad parents. Now, those bad parents still need coaching. So socially, you should also intervene to rehabilitate the bad parents.
Yeah, but an issue with that there's two aspects to that. The bad parent is not necessarily a bad parent. If a parent, let's say, is as a migrant who doesn't speak the local school language, that they never got an education themselves, can't read, that has got only very limited exposure in their lives to things. They don't have as much that they can pass on to their child. In addition, we've got a lot of parents in those cases that because they can't earn as much, that they are spending enormous amounts of time trying to provide for their family and just literally don't have the time, or not there, not present.
Right.
Yeah,
The
but then you see, you have to make wider policies
No, but
to
that's the
improve.
problem. The problem is every attempt to do that has failed. There's a big project that was undertaken by the Quakers in Trenton, New Jersey, to do exactly that holistic family improvement. And they could do it for very small numbers of maybe 10, 20 families they could deal with. But we don't have any examples anywhere where we're able to take the great majority of the families. So we're just talking about we need to separate. I agree with you, but you can't go and say, you know what, child, we can't help you until we figure out a way to help your parents too.
You see, the only thing is the children will end up qualified, but the parents will remain in their lives. So unless you find some way of helping the parents long term, the parents will always hold the children back despite any qualifications.
Actually, here what we see very often is because there's just so many examples where, let's say, a very poor family with totally limited means, and the child somehow gets a high education, gets into a good job, that child now influences the family in a way that raises the whole family up because the it opens opportunities for their parents. I'm looking at a house, two houses actually, just across the street from me right now, out of my window, and the daughter, she married a husband who became very wealthy. They built a new house for the parents, and have elevated the parents up into a totally different lifestyle than they would have been able to have otherwise. But we see this so often. This is why you see a lot of programs where children end up helping their parents learn to read. And we see programs like that taking place around the world, where the child gets the education, the parents never got an opportunity. And the child says, let me help you read. Not necessarily like a teacher, but just, hey, okay, I'll explain this to you. I'll show you that. Oh, that's what that sign means. And
Lifelong learners. Lifelong learning is the key. That
right.
we're
It's almost
all
like you get with peer education when you're in a classroom and you've got a couple of students that are a little ahead of other students, and then you've got
yeah,
some like group team learning where the kids on a
yeah,
table have to work together.
yeah.
And usually the student that's a little ahead shows the other students some tricks and things like this, and that advances that up. But I agree with you, we have to do both because it gets down to a simple thing like healthcare. the child grows up, they go to school, they get health care in the school, they get food at lunch programs in the school, and the parents and maybe the siblings at home don't get any of these kinds of benefits. But that should be a separate program. We cannot go and hold that child back because we don't have a solution yet for the parents. And that's the issue, that we need to be always focused on the next generation. We can't make the next generation suffer for the deficiencies of the parents. That's sort of my position, at least, on the bottom line on that. Joan,
Bill,
My
if I
experience.
may add,
Go ahead.
I think there is also scope for developing a similar program to enlighten the parents, because
oh,
there are contexts.
ah,
There may be
yeah.
irresponsible parents. There may be parents who, because of economic conditions,
Mhm.
have to make trade-offs just to put food on the table. But I think there's also the case of parents who do not know the implications of that first 2 to 4 years.
Oh,
So
absolutely.
maybe, uh, yeah.
We have programs in community colleges here in the US and elsewhere that are specifically targeted to helping parents, help them understand the financial systems, how to deal with banks and have savings accounts, and or help them with meal and understanding nutrition, and just in general in life, to help them be more successful in life. So there are a lot of programs, and the AI is going to come along and greatly improve those opportunities. But we have to also keep in mind, a lot of times the adult, at least in today's world, doesn't necessarily have the time to take advantage of many of these things. And sometimes it's the mindset. Back in the 1980s, when I was traveling around the country looking at education systems, I visited in Western Pennsylvania an adult education program to teach adults how to read. And the amazing part was almost all the adults in that program had high school diplomas. But they managed to go through the whole school system and never learned to read. And a lot of people who are in that state, they feel ashamed that they can't read, and so they don't want to admit it and will hide it. So we have a lot of work to do in that, and make it so it's anonymous. You can do it at home. You don't have to tell anybody. This is going to perhaps encourage more and more people to take advantage of it. But the bottom line is we've got to separate these so that we don't make solving one problem dependent on solving another problem. And that's what I think we're looking at with the education for children. Uh, Let me go to Joan, and then I want to do one thing, close this up, and then I want to give you guys a little peek demonstration at something new that came out in the
Before
last few days that I think that will give you guys some capabilities that maybe you didn't know about yesterday. Joan.
before you close off, I'd like to 1 minute also to
Yeah.
say
Okay.
a final thing.
Okay, Jay, I'll come back to you. Joan.
Hi, everyone. So there's a couple of things. One is our school board in east of Toronto, for Toronto, developed a program called Parenting in the 90s. And it was really centered around helping parents to parent well. So helping with, all the things that we're talking about. So we'll go through them. What was interesting, I was one of the facilitators for that. And the feedback that the school board got was that poor people, it was really targeted at poor people. It was really targeted at parents, but really trying to get those parents that are in the lower income communities to participate. And it was very interesting what happened. What I call the good parents all attended the sessions. They just wanted to know how to be better. And they were already doing a lot of things. So it ended up being a real facilitation and sharing. We tried to do programs in the evenings, on the weekends, in the afternoon, in the lower income neighborhood. It just didn't happen. The interest, we're all talking about time and the interest, no matter what the promotion was lacking on the parents' side. They almost didn't value parenting or they thought what they were doing was okay, I guess. But we spend so much time trying to get people to do things they don't want to do. Instead of building on the people who do, and we see that a lot in high schools. But I wanted to say that the interest was what we ended up assessing it as, and it had nothing to do with the school board's effort. I mean, they did everything possible. So that's one thing I wanted to say. That was my experience. The other thing I wanted to ask is this whole mastering of education, because I'm one of those people that do believe in lifelong learning. I think that's, I mean, I practiced it myself. I think that most people don't understand lifelong learning because they've already spent their time and money into learning a vocation or a profession. And that is so ingrained in us to do that. So how do we get, if we're telling young kids, their parents are going to hear that you're coming in with a different model. So that becomes a defense mechanism. So that's the first thing. The second thing is for my own program, I focus on adults and families. So getting families to participate in growing victory gardens and learning about biology and lifestyle and things like that. So those people also need how to master education in terms of the victory garden. So that's my focus. And I just wondered that the model that you showed, how applicable is it for that?
The model that we showed here when we're talking about the brain development and having the prerequisites for just general education. Can one get around that? Yes. There are some people saying, well, we don't need people to read anymore. Why are we wasting time to get them to read? We'll just show them they can watch videos. You saw in the Learn Your Way the idea that textbooks in the future, it may even detect your eyes as you're reading down the textbook. If you hit a paragraph and it detects in your facial muscles and eyes that you're not comprehending, and it automatically switches into an instantly generated video that explains to you that particular point. So if we have that capability, why do you need to learn to read? And then it goes to the bigger issue right now that we're facing, and that is what we saw. If we were to implement that program of ensuring that all babies and toddlers receive that serve and response mechanism all throughout their early life. And it has to continue. It doesn't end when you go into school because we spend 20% of our waking hours in school and 80% outside of school. And the difference is that the children from those upper class families where the serve and response continues through the rest of the day, every day, and over the weekends, they continue to grow. That compounds the growing of knowledge and understanding and communication skills. That child that goes home and has none of that, they actually will lose some of what they gained during those school hours. Even, we talk about the summer slide during summer vacation, but you actually get a daily slide that if something is not used and reinforced after you get home from school, you lose a little bit of it even overnight. So the idea is you need to provide that serve and response, but the serve and response needs to be tailored to what you're doing and where you are in life. So
how do you position yourself to come in with something new from an old mindset, where in a lot of the rest of the world, some parents don't want their kids to learn because they're going to leave.
Yes.
They're going to leave the community. So that's one.
Yeah.
But in the US particularly, they're going back in time where they want girls to be trad wives. And so, there's an issue of, okay, if you're a trad wife, you should be stupid. So, like how do you get this mindset, and it's not a tradwife is a choice, and I do think it should be honored if somebody chooses to be it. Yeah. So that's the first thing. I think it's been maligned a lot, but I believe in personal choice of your lifestyle as long as it's you that chooses it. But the mindset is that this is the way a girl should be, as opposed to like you can be a smart tradwife, right? Like it's like what do so the sciences or whatever. So how do you get across those mindsets? So it's not just being poor, it's also the upper class that says, yeah, I want my daughter to be a trad wife because I want her to marry some hotshot. Do you understand what I mean? Like,
yeah, you get some families here who, let's say, really push and encourage girls to be all they can be, and you have others that encourage their daughters to conform. And
Totally cultural. It's totally cultural.
Yeah, it is cultural, but it's also shifting. We're seeing in the United States a big shift. I am very surprised by some people who have said there's the biggest problem in the United States is we're giving certain people too much freedom. And to have, for example, a cabinet minister say that she is going to take responsibility to make sure that only the right people vote in the next election, and they can only vote for the right people. This we never got.
Idiocracy. That's the movie Idiocracy.
So I don't have answers for all of that. I do believe the problem is AI magnifies our human biases. And there are efforts on the training from the major frontier models to restrict what they feel are negative biases. And right now, they are. I'm in alignment with what most of them are trying to do. But we have such a perfect example that is taking place in the United States in the last 24 hours where the government has basically said they're going to declare Anthropic to be an enemy of the state because Anthropic is not giving them the right to do surveillance against whatever citizens of the United States that the people in power determine are the enemy, are the internal enemy, and to be able to have the AI trained to autonomously kill people that they determine they want killed. And Anthropic said no. And Anthropic said no. And right now they're saying, fine, they're going to confiscate all the intellectual property of Anthropic, and they're going to punish any company in the United States or elsewhere that does business with Anthropic.
Wow.
So that's as of yesterday.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's mad.
So when we talk about the powers to be and the cultural and so forth, it's hard to say. Right now in the schools, I'd say most schools take the position that they try to help every student be all they can be. The fact that they are living in a model that does not facilitate that because it perpetuates the disadvantages that children have before they get to school. But it doesn't change the fact that the teachers want that. When I was traveling around for 3 years, I traveled around talking to teachers. I talked to the better part of 1,000 teachers from schools that were terrible, some of the worst in the country, to schools that were upper middle class. And I have to say that I don't think out of all those hundreds and hundreds of teachers that I talked to, I don't think I ever met one, not one, who didn't care. And are trying to do within the boundaries of what they can. Now, in the United States, our teachers' colleges for decades have been teaching the kind of thing that mastery-based system was talking about. And then those graduates get to their job in the school. And the first thing they're told is, we don't care what you heard in your teacher's college. This is the way we do things here. And they're forced to adopt, to conform, so that the teaching models that create your lesson plans, spell out your curriculum, tell me the schedule. So you got to follow the state schedule so that by the end of the school year, you've covered, these are the things you have to cover. Those are the things right now that are limiting the ability to deal with the students that need help, that need a special approach. But I think here, most teachers would agree that if we were to do that mastery-based program, that it would result in greater equality of outcomes for all students.
Can we call it mentoring mastery?
Yeah, well,
Like
it's
a bridge, because it's not just mastery as the goal,
yeah,
but
no, we call it mentor
mentoring,
coaching.
mentor
So,
coaching, exactly.
right. So it's
Exactly.
basically getting those teachers to become mentor coaches rather than instructors.
Exactly.
So
Exactly.
if we do that, you don't need to be the expert in algebra or calculus anymore. You need to be the expert in dealing with young people. We can see this in schools right now. There are schools out there that if a teacher goes on maternity leave or whatever, another teacher who does not know that subject springs in and will cover that subject, because those are teachers who are focused on the student, well-being. They care primarily about the student. And then there are student teachers out there that they're primarily interested in their subject. They love their subject. I had a Latin teacher once.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
Mm-hmm.
I don't think she cared whether anybody was in the classroom or if there was only one person or 30 people. She just loved talking about Latin and promoting Latin and how Latin connects into so many things. So you get both. I had a colleague when I was teaching at Purdue, fellow professor in the computer science field. And one time we were talking, he said, this would be the perfect job if we just didn't have to deal with students. He loved the research aspect of being a professor. He hated the aspect of being a teacher and dealing with students. Our
Students.
school, we were a new school at Purdue, and we had the luxury to be able to define what we were about. And we made an active decision that we would not promote research. We would not ask our students to help professors write books, that we would be measured by one thing only, and that was the success of our graduates. That would
There
be
we
the
go.
measure of success of our department. Now, I was able to do that as the head of a large corporation, coming in and making a significant sacrifice to be there, and I was able to do that. But when I left, I was able to handpick my successor, who I picked somebody who believed in that same model. But I found out about 6 months after I left that the school administration came down on our School of Technology and said, you guys have to go back to the publish or perish model. We are not going to grant tenure to anybody in your school unless you do, and so forth. And in the end, the school ended up having to cave, and students no longer were the priority. That unfortunately is a fact of many of our institutions of higher learning. Okay, I promised here that I want to just touch on one final thing on the education.
Can I segue before you do that one,
Sure.
because this
Go ahead.
feeds into what you're just saying. So
Okay.
let me take my minute right now, because
Okay.
I went to
Okay.
Friends World College to learn global education.
Mhm.
That's why I went there, and it was started by the Quakers, but it became non-sectarian, and I was very open, and I absorbed it, absorbed it all, and it became part of my DNA of this mentorship model of creating my own thesis, where before they were shoving stuff at me and I'm trying to learn this, learn that. And I resisted it all the way down the line, all the way through Boston University, 3 years, and then dropping out, but going back and finishing. Even though I didn't finish and get a degree, I didn't care. I wanted to pride myself of not having a degree, but getting a master's degree in life. And that I was able to achieve through having this model of lifelong learning, and instilling that into me, but also I instill that into young people and through play. That's what my business has become, and my life has been around teaching through game and play. But it's the essence of what I learned at Friends World College. We had different colleges all over the world. I chose UK and went to Findhorn and other places in the UK and hitchhiked and learned so much that it got and but I didn't go on. I was supposed to go to Israel and study solar energy in 1980 in but I had learned what I needed to go on and to live my life and to do what I wanted to do, and I'm still doing exactly that. So I'm using myself as an example, and and I think there are alternative models that aren't being widely disseminated. Friendswell College wasn't widely disseminated, very niche school, but they had 8 locations around the world that people can go to, and they got absorbed into Long Island University. But there's models out there and other college level and also high school level, programs that will get us thinking out of the box is the bottom line that I learned.
Yeah. No,
Thinking out of the box, not in the
yeah,
box.
there's actually a number, and that's a very interesting thing that would be great to do with a deep research question to Gemini or in Notebook LM to provide sources that describe such programs, that identify such programs, and what's going on with that kind of program over the last decade, let's say.
Here's my challenge to you, Bill, to Bill Graham right now. I'm setting up a co-opetition challenge. Dare to be great and learn your way in May.
No, okay.
Okay.
It's something
That's my challenge, my direct challenge. I'm calling you out, brother.
Yeah.
I'm calling you out. May, by May, when they come out with this new thing, dare to be great, plus learn your way in May.
Yeah. No, that's fair. We will be tracking it on an ongoing basis all the way to May and beyond if that's what it takes. As well
All
as
the way.
any other things that are coming out. We've got there's with agentic approaches, there's so much taking place in that education field. But I promised I would show you a couple of new things that came out that you might find interesting in AI, specifically with regards to Notebook LM. And I'll do that in a minute. I just want to say that with all the things we've talked about here about how we can make it possible for anybody in the world to be able to achieve 100% mastery of the typical K through 12, and be able to score a 100% on any kind of tests, whether it's a certification test or a qualification test, that is coming. They will be adding more and more and more. Like I say, the GRE and so many other tests that are out there that Google's working on adding to the technology. But the SAT one, I understand you can actually play with right now. You just go to Gemini and then you just say, provide me a practice SAT test, and then you'll be able to see how it goes through and analyzes your results and so forth. But here's the thing. So let's say we accomplish that. We come out and we say, hey, schools, look at this. We can get all your students here so that every one of your students is a 100% mastery at grade level, wherever they're at. Whatever grade level they're at, they're 100% mastery. And we can do that within 5 years, let's say.
Not by May.
What's that?
Not by May.
Not by May, no. But here's the thing. Right now, the big debate is becoming between what they call just-in-time knowledge and just-in-case knowledge. Our whole education system is built around the idea of just-in-case knowledge. What we've been describing today is a way to achieve 100% mastery of just-in-case knowledge. And the problem is 90% of that knowledge you're probably never going to use. Well, maybe 50%, I don't know. But some percent you're never going to use. And the other part of it is it's aging so fast when you stop continuing to learn that once you're 5 years out, 10 years out, much of what you learned about any technical field or specific practices is probably no longer applicable. It would be the wrong answer. So the idea is lifelong learning, but lifelong learning is not just knowing how to do it and being confident, but lifelong learning is practicing it on an ongoing basis. If you're going to be depending on what's inside your head and what you know, that has to be the case. But if we move to the idea of just in case knowledge, whatever situation you encounter, just like you're a self-driving car, whatever situation that self-driving car encounters, it will pull from the knowledge base what is the proper action to take place in that situation. So if we get to the point here that you're going to be able to just ask for whatever it is, my bicycle broke. How do I fix the brakes on this? Or I need to know the formula for this calculus here, or explain this equation to me. What's it accomplishing? Or I have this political situation. I'm trying to make a sale. What's the best arguments that I can use? And if you can get that information just in time, in the moment you need it, why do we want to fill up your brain with a bunch of just in case information that's not really useful? So the question's going to be, should we even be trying to teach most of what we teach? Or should we focus on how do you communicate with the knowledge world to get the knowledge that you need just in time? And how do you judge the knowledge? I spend, according to my wife, way too much time talking with AI. But the reason is I almost never get an answer from AI that is acceptable to me the way it is, or that I don't feel, oh, wait a minute. Well, what about this then? What about that? And so it's an ongoing conversation that grows. It's never like doing a Google search that you ask and it gives you a bunch of stuff and that's the end of it. It's almost always here. How does that happen? How does that work? Why is this like that?
A Q&A guide how to learn.
Yes.
A Q&A guide how to learn is what we're talking about.
Right. So the bottom line is that everything we've been talking about, these tools, we almost need to have versions of these tools, the kinds of things that Google is developing, that are more focused on how do I find the sources that will help me understand this, or how do I find that? So this is something we've got to talk about here, is the shift as AI eliminates jobs. And AI
and emotional intelligence, Bill. Don't forget emotional intelligence.
Emotional
Most
intelligence.
important.
But here's the thing,
Most
right
important.
now, AI is so exceeding the average human on emotional intelligence. Emotional intelligence, being able to read people. The Israelis started this long time ago in the security systems on their for taking flights from Israel, where you have hundreds and hundreds of micro muscles throughout your face that a human eye can't detect when they move, but the AI can. And
But
between that,
it scores 0 for giving hugs and doing eye to eye, soul to soul connection. It
the eye
scores
to eye,
0.
the eye to eye one is interesting because that's changing. But here's something that we may want to talk about in one of the next meetings. Is I've been doing a fair amount of research into the brain to brain connections, and the ability to mind read, the ability to upload data.
Yeah.
We can take everything you need to the current education system says you need to know by grade 12. And within a relatively short time, the experiments are already quite good. You will literally be able to upload that knowledge into the human brain in seconds.
We
You'll
used
be
to
able,
call it ESP. We
yeah,
used to call it ESP.
yes, extrasensory perception. Yeah.
Now it's
But
AISP now, right?
okay. So, but the interesting thing is that for people who are quadriplegic, to be able to drive their wheelchairs just by thought, or be able to
Yeah.
communicate with others right now by having your ideas go from brainwaves to text, to be able to communicate with others. But they now have experimenting where you can have two people next to one another, and the one can know what the other one's thinking and vice versa. And you can communicate just by thought. And there's
Well, we always had that. Again, we don't want to lose our own biological capability and of a brain and a soul that is able to read each other.
yeah,
So again, we that's a danger that we give it up to the transhuman agenda
yeah.
of us giving up our own soulful connection to allowing a
Yeah.
machine to make that connection for us. So it's training wheels. I call it training wheels.
The bottom line is that there's a lot of progress being made in those areas that are something we need to be aware of, because it gets back to this
Yeah,
idea of all of us sharing one brain, and why do we need all these billions of bodies if there's only one brain left? Uh,
that's
so
exactly the sticky
um,
wicket.
so at any rate, this topic here, if jobs are going away, and anybody who thinks jobs are not going away, we need to get them into the discussion. They have to tell us why. What on earth are they thinking these people are going to do? And AI is totally biased on this. You can't go to AI and ask AI to tell you the timetable. It will tell you, well, there are certain things AI will never be able to do. It can't provide the empathy. It can't provide the emotional intelligence. It can't provide true creativity, and so forth and so on. But yet we have tests, examples where it is totally blowing humans away and doing this, and with the self-learning AI and stuff like this. And you got to take a look at where the humanoid robots are, the 1X Neo from Norway, that it can just watch a human and then totally do what that human's doing physically.
Right.
It's all growing so
You,
fast.
you just said a key right there when you said the word neo. It's either what you want to plug into the matrix, or you want to break free and see the truth and be out of the matrix, or the galactic matrix instead of the Earth human created matrix. That's the question, if you ask me, the bottom line. And all the whole systemic system, everything, medical, social, educational, political, it's all the same. It's
Yeah,
really the
yeah.
same underlying challenge that we have right now.
Okay, I wanted, here's this brain. You should see on my screen now, I shared the screen for my Notebook LM notebook. So you see there's one on the brain computer interface resolution. The one is on how the World Economic Forum is, in many ways, it's becoming an execution body that says, hey, we can do what the UN's not able to do. We get into the test prep, the learning crisis, the jobs disruption. So at any rate,
We have to
let's,
be really careful. Again, I'm just going to leave off on that because I have to bail now. I have to do physical work. I'm going to work in the garden for the community that I'm living in now together. We're all coming together today. So I have to prepare and go off to that. This was a great conversation, and leaving off on this note also of just as an awareness point. Everything is an awareness point of the challenges and the opportunities, So everything has its dark side.
yeah.
Everything that we're talking about is a light and a dark side, and we have to be aware of both sides.
Okay, so real quick then for everybody, because I also have only about a 10-minute left here. My wife's going to break the door down.
And
So,
I'm done. Take care. Be
okay,
be
okay.
well. Bye.
Glad you joined us.
Thank you.
Okay, Notebook LM. Most of you know Notebook LM is where you can curate resources. You can come in, do a fast research or do a deep research where you ask it to go and find any kind of sources and then load them in, and you get a synthesis and a summary of the body of knowledge of everything you've done. You have to go through this, and there are those 10 prompts out there that show you how you can go through and identify all the unreliable sources that you want to exclude, or identify other kinds of sources that would be valuable. And you can keep adding to your body of knowledge. The free version, you can have up to 50 sources. with the just $20 a month, you can have up to 300 sources. Each source can be the size of an entire textbook. So here you've got all let me just move this out of the way. You've got the studio where you can go in and ask it to create a video overview. You can do multiple kinds of audio overviews, a deep dive, a brief, critique, a debate, say what's short. And here you can say, I want you to focus on this particular thing, target a specific audience, and so forth. The infographics capability to be able to come in and really get some great great infographics about the body of knowledge or a selective subset of the body of knowledge. That is super, super powerful. And you can come in and customize what you want it to focus on. So let's say you've loaded in a textbook through a PDF. You can go and say, oh, hey, I'm in part 2 of chapter 5. Make me an infographic that's only that little part of that chapter, and it will do it. And then you can come in with various other aspects here. You can have it create a quiz. Again, you can tell it, I want you to focus on this particular aspect of what I'm trying to learn. You can say how many questions, the level of difficulty. So you can come in here and say, give
The
me.
paid version, Bill, or you can do this for free?
I think most of these things are available in the free version. I can't see because I've got the paid version, but if you've got the free version, I'd be very interested to know if you're able to see all of these. But as far as I know, you can. Now, one of the things about it is you specify your area so that, for example, a student might go in and load in their textbook and then say, okay, I'm in chapter 1. Make me a quiz about chapter 1. And then you can say, start off, ask me easy questions. And then I see what did I get wrong. And then I can say, okay, focus on these aspects I got wrong. Or I can say, oh, okay, I got everything good. Now ask me medium questions or ask me hard questions. And but if I got an area that I'm having problem with, I can focus this down to that narrow aspect I'm having problems with and say, start off with some easy questions there. Now, one of the things on the quiz is when it goes to analyze the quiz, it explains to you uh, on the quiz, any questions that you get wrong, it goes in and does that, like Learn Your Way was talking about, or even the SAT prep, where it will explain to you why you're having problems. Why did you get those questions wrong? Then you can turn around and come over here into flashcards and say, make me a bunch of flashcards about this aspect. Here you come into the special instructions and say, restrict it to a certain source, a certain subject area, uh, uh, go and make them just very short because I'm just using it for memorization purposes, whatever. And again, you can do the easy, medium, difficulty there. Now, what I wanted to show you that is really new and very powerful is we know here that the slide decks that it will present today. Now, I created the slide deck here for somebody trying to learn, somebody who's trying to study. So the slide decks that I've got here are intended for you to sit and look at that slide deck, that slide, and really understand all the details that are in that slide. And this gets into some of the graphics that they do are amazing. Now, when you go though and say, create for me a slide deck, you have the option to be able to do a presenter slide. You wouldn't do something like this presenting, otherwise you'd spend the first half hour of your presentation explaining 2 slides. So you want your slides to be simple for a presentation because your verbal aspect will fill in the important gaps. But now the thing that you're able to do is you have a slide like this and you say, well, that's really great, but there's something about that slide you want changed. I come up here I'll take that. Oh, no. Okay. So now I have this thing here called revise. I can come in here and I can say, um, for example, flip the slide horizontally. Don't know why I'd ever want to do that, but let's say that's what I decided I want to do. I just say, so it's now generating this. These in the past have gone pretty quick because I only asked it to change one slide. I didn't ask it to redo the whole thing. It's redoing a new deck, but it should only change that one slide. It shouldn't change any other slide that I was talking about. On the slide deck here, by the way, this is what I meant. The detailed deck is somebody who's trying to understand uh, the content of somebody. The presenter slide is for somebody who's trying to make a presentation to somebody else. And so you want to keep clean visual slides with key talking points to support you while you speak. And here you can come in and say, these are the details. I want you to, I want a presentation that talks about this, that is persuasive to an audience that maybe is particularly skeptical about this aspect or that aspect. You can really go into detail on this as to what you're trying to accomplish with your slide deck and what you want your slide deck to include. Look at this. So it already created my new slide deck here. And take a look at this. Here it is. It's reversed. Right? So it did everything that was there before, but it's reversed. If I go down to the previous version, you can see it's the other way. So I could have said here, I want you to change the kind of text. I want you to use a different image. I want you to change the color. And that might be one here that we might say, uh, change the gray color object to rosa color. Whoops, I guess I didn't put this here. The gray switch the slide on me. That was the problem. Where, oh. Okay, so that's doing that. So this is really amazing what you can do, but you can also come in and say, here, I look at a deck, and if I do revise here, I can say I want all the slides. I want to change the background color. I want it to be light instead of dark. I want it to be of photorealistic images that are applicable for each slide. It's amazing what you can do. You really got to play with that and try it. But when you think about that, what you can do. Now, the other thing here that's really important on this is you'll notice now I can download this as a PowerPoint. I can I can have it create a slide deck on whatever focus I want to be focused on for whatever purpose I want it to do it for. And then I can turn around and I can literally download, I can edit the heck out of it to whatever I want it to be. And then I can turn around, I can download it as a real PowerPoint. So that's amazing. What are your thoughts about those capabilities?
Bill, I think that's a real game changer. because I mean, just about when was this? About 3 weeks ago, I had to make presentations in a conference, and I used Notebook LLM to just get me up to speed with certain information and then generate slides. But I had a problem because then I couldn't, when I downloaded, they were
Yeah,
downloaded as PDFs.
PDF,
And then
exactly.
I wanted to go and use another, I forget which other tool I used, Gamma. I was
Yeah.
using Gamma to then compile my slides and some previous slides I'd presented at previous meetings. So that was a kind of snag. So at the end of the day, I didn't really make a lot of use of the slides I'd gotten out of Notebook.
Yeah,
So this year is a real game changer
it's a
in
game
that
changer.
regard.
Now, one thing you have to be careful of, and that is that um, hold on just a second. That the when you download them as a PowerPoint, the text it's the whole thing is an image. Each slide is an image. So editing in PowerPoint is not yet really that easy. You can go via Canva and you can tell Canva turn all the objects that are in an image into individual uh, um, artifacts, and then you can edit them individually. But here, the fact that you can edit here and you can edit this so much better than you can edit in PowerPoint. The one exception is if you can animate stuff in PowerPoint, and I haven't seen how you animate that here, although I've not tried. Maybe you can. But let's just take a look here at that last change we did. See, we had here this gray funnel, and I said, "Hey, I want you to change that to be pink." There it is. So you see, it went into that one aspect here and did that one thing. As I say, I could have told it, turn that into um, um, an animal. You use some kind of an animal to get across the idea. What I've seen, there's literally no limits, and you can go in and for a whole series and say, I want you to change slides 1 through 3. Okay, so that this is really powerful. You've got to play with the editing capability on this. It is just it's just mind-boggling. It really is. Now, here's the thing that I can do. I can come over here in the chat mode and I can say create a slide deck um, about the of household humanoid robots by 2030. So it's looking through all the material that we've got over here. And I've got 71 sources. So it's checking all the various uploads, checking what our goal is. Now, take a look what it did. It went over here and it invoked this slide deck creation facility, and it now started the effort to create that slide deck over here. So I can use this to go in and really, you could have a conversation over here in the chat. So you're talking
was not
about this.
there just a few weeks ago.
What's that?
That was not there just a few weeks ago. A few weeks ago, you had to actually go to the slide
Oh,
deck.
no, this is brand new. You couldn't have done this last Saturday.
Yeah. I did try.
Yeah. Now here's where this gets amazing. So let's say you're in the chat mode here and you're having a discussion with Notebook LM about your body of knowledge. You're asking, what about this? And what about, and can I do this too? And do you think that's going to come? Do you think it's going to work this way? Do you think it's not going to work that way? Whatever. And now you ask it to create a slide deck. It's going to remember all the stuff you've talked about here. And it's going to create a slide deck that's reflective of the entire conversation. But specifically to your conversation. That's a game changer. That's a game changer. Now, what I haven't tried, well, I tried a little bit, but on the case of, let's say you do a quiz, you take a quiz, and it'll identify your individual weaknesses by going through the quiz, but it's doing a question by question. To ask it here to be able to, can I take the outcome of the quiz and then use that outcome to come over here and say identify the areas, and then ask it to generate flashcards based on the areas of weakness that the quiz identified. So, but you can see how this is coming together with a lot of stuff we talked about earlier with the testing capabilities, the learn your way. Oh, and there's one other thing here. When this thing generates a slide deck here, I believe within the next couple of months, what we are going to see is down here where I say I want to create a slide deck, that there's going to be the ability to say, create a slide deck with a narration, a voice narration of two speakers or whatever. And so basically, it's not just generating a slide deck anymore, it's generating a video overview that is going to be, that's going to be so powerful. When that just becomes a checkbox to ask it for a narration. What are your thoughts on that?
No, I think so. I think that is really going to change the whole thing, and I can see very great outcomes for learning as well, because this is something which I can see myself taking in a lot of content, generating such a presentation with a narration for my 7-year-old, and probably even saying, telling it his favorite cartoon.
Yes.
And then so that could then be implemented. And
yes.
I say, because that's one of the things I'm looking at. That's why I'm playing around with a lot of these tools to see how can I use this to start personalizing our learning experience with my kids, and then linking it to experiences that I'm bringing into his life.
Yeah. And you know what? Show your 7-year-old this.
What I've been looking for.
Yeah. And show your 7-year-old this and show him ChatGPT advanced voice and have him talk to this and have him ask questions about the knowledge base. And have him learn that he can get his curiosity satisfied about almost anything. We've been talking about saying, can we help 10-year-olds write master's programs, textbooks on things like quantum physics? Why not? We can help a 10-year-old become a world-class expert on anything in an extremely short time. Now, how would your son react if he was able to, let's say, produce a textbook that you self-publish, and so he gets a print copy before he's 9 years old?
I think that would be a game changer, because one of the things I've been thinking about of late is how do you keep these people interested? We had a speaker just on Wednesday talking about he's a head of IT in one of the international schools in Uganda, and he was talking about the real challenges that are being faced by parents and teachers, and including himself. And it's really about how do you keep people interested and focused in a world that is very, very destructive. There's a lot of things to distract kids and the rest. Now that's where the past few days I've been thinking, no, I need to get somewhere of curating knowledge, and also now become part of his instruction loop. And that way I'm not leaving it to a teacher who's dealing with the 20, 25 kids, I also have connection.
Right.
And
And think of this here.
these are some of the things that I can motivate and say, hey,
Yeah.
listen, you get the textbook, I'll sort out the publishing,
Yeah.
and that way I am sure I have him,
Do you know how would he feel if he walked into the class and the class is studying fourth grade something or other and he goes up to the teacher and said, would you mind checking this? I'd like your opinion on this. And she'd say, well, what is it? Oh, it's a book I wrote about the subject we're teaching here. Uh, you
I,
know,
I think I should set him up in that direction because he's that kind of guy.
because
he
it's
likes
really.
to take me on, so I'm sure he will love to take on his teacher.
Yeah, it's really like getting into the Feynman technique. The way you learn the fastest, the most, is trying to explain something to somebody else. And so the idea that I can use this to build my knowledge about something, and then I can take what I know and start saying, okay, I want to make a book. Okay, let me develop the outline. No, move this here. I think you need to know that before that, and you move stuff around and things like this, and then you say expand this point, and it'll expand it. And there are many videos out there on how you can use these tools to write a book. But there's also many tools out there on how to do the research to become an expert so that you can write an expert level book at literally any age. Okay, I just wanted to show you those couple of things because this stuff is literally advancing so fast. Joan, you should be able to use this to create some fantastic videos. You can take this, have it create. Be very careful when you're in the slide deck. When you're making something to make a presentation to somebody else, use the presenter slide side. Don't use the detailed deck. The detailed deck is for you to learn. The presenter slide is for you to be able to explain to somebody else. But you
Okay.
make your presenter slides on anything that you want, and you can go in there and tweak it. Like I say, you can tweak the entire slide deck, or you can tweak individual slides. You can say
Yeah.
insert a slide here. You can do anything. And then you go and take it, export it as a PowerPoint, and then go over to Zoom and just open Zoom and set it on record and make your presentation and speak to it. And it will record you with a great presentation on that slide. You can also go and take the slide, you export it, and then re-import it as a source on something. Select only that one source, and now go over to the audio overview and have it make an audio overview of the slide deck, and then merge the two.
Yeah, so that's great. Thank you. I've been using uh, Gemini a lot to sort of create an outline for PowerPoint,
Yep.
and then I imported it into Canva. So
Yeah.
here's the difficulty with that is Canva is not very well developed for the graphics.
Mhm.
Especially the graphics are great actually, but the words, if it just doesn't spell them correctly, no matter how can you correct this, and then it corrects the graphic.
Well, you'll get occasional mistakes here, but now with this edit tool, you just tell it, no, you spelled that wrong. Change it to this.
Yeah, well, you can't kind of do that in Canva, so it's limited. But no, this would be really great for us because we want to create a series of education little booklets
Yep.
for people. So this would be, I have one question for you with regard to the audio.
Mhm.
Can when you click audio, can it so I did it a few months ago. I think it was in October. I mean, obviously this is well developed since then. And once I played the audio for a friend of mine, he thought it was my voice. It wasn't. So I'm like, did somebody steal my voice? But so does it have the capability to record your voice?
I don't know. I'd have to ask Gemini. I think I'm almost sure you can do it in Gemini. In Gemini, you now have the capability, especially if you go to AI Studio, you have the ability to generate all kinds of podcasts. And I think you can create your own voices as well as that. And I don't know if you've used Storybook in Gemini.
I did one storybook of the
Yeah.
Victory Garden, but it just doesn't upload. It only uploads the link.
Mm.
So I must be doing something wrong.
Well, yeah, I think all of this is coming together, just like, we've been able to upload Google Docs out of
Yeah,
Gemini Deep Research. Now I
yeah,
can download PowerPoints from this. I can download MP4 from the video overviews here. I would expect that's just a matter of time. Not a
yeah.
long time either. You're going to have that
And it,
capability.
it may not be the software, it could be Joan Kerr.
Yeah, well, then you know what you do? You go over, this is something I ask ChatGPT very often to explain to me how I get Gemini to do certain things.
Yeah,
I don't know. I just find in the dialogue, um, ChatGPT, maybe it's because I've had memory turned on for a longer time. It really explains things in a way I get it like that. And it says, oh, maybe we should also look at this. And it'll make suggestions for add-on questions that Gemini will occasionally do, but ChatGPT, I find, just does it so much better. Um, and oh, one other thing here I didn't show, this data table's been out here for a while, and we don't do a lot of stuff with it. But over here, I said, okay, I'm going to do it just to demonstrate it. So I said, hey, give me some projections and things like this on when AGI is likely to come, and this is what it did. It created this table of data. And now I can take this table of data and put it into Excel or into um, Sheets, Google Sheets. And now I can do all the AI manipulations on this. Go find for me all the specifics on this, or I can come in and say, because it's got people here, provide me. I can say add to this a column for the contact information for all those people,
wow.
and so one step, and this shows all the sources where it went and found the information. So it generated this thing like in seconds to be able to create a table on anything, on anything. A lot of people, there's a lot of buzz on this, because
I have a question. Can you take a video and have them transcribe the content?
oh yeah, sure. Yeah, I would do that in Gemini, but you can do it
Okay.
here as well, because for example, here's a video, okay, that it created, and let's see. It didn't create this video. I selected this video as a source. Okay, so it's not
Yeah.
going to show it there. And then here I can come in and look at specific aspects of this video that it talked about. So here, one of the robots that it talked, I can now watch that video, or I can come in here and select, I'm interested in this one aspect. And it's searching through now because it's not a doc, it's searching through a video and it's giving me an explanation. So a lot of people are going and saying, here's a video. Well, I don't have time to watch it, so let me create a video overview of the video or create an
Yeah.
audio overview of the video,
Yeah.
or a slide deck from a video. Uh,
Yeah. Another
and
reason I ask is like I keep saying I'm developing the Victory Garden, and I'm very sensitive to say for people in Africa or
yeah,
in South Asia, their connections are limited. So if we have the video and they can't download it, there's at least this transcribed
right.
around the video. So it's giving obviously credit to the video, but it's just to have that sort of option.
Yeah. Here's what it did when I clicked on the video, and then the video showed me that it had certain things of topics inside, and I just clicked on one of them, and it went out and pulled all the information out of the video relative
Oh,
to that
wow.
one aspect.
Wow.
Yeah, and it's even stronger in Gemini itself when it comes to videos, to be able to go out there and pull the transcript. But also there is, I've seen it done in demos. Uh, um, I'm forgetting what tool it is. It will actually take your a YouTube video and it will make it available in X number of languages with lip syncing. With perfect. In other words, the face looks like they're speaking that language. You can do it with subtitles, or you can do it literally with audio. So anyway, so we've covered a fair amount of information here. What time is it that we're
So
on?
1:15.
Oh my God.
Yeah. I
Four
haven't
and a
had lunch
quarter,
or breakfast.
4.25 hours. Oh, yeah, yeah. Okay. Somehow I still have to find the tool. I have to talk to Lloyd and some others
Yeah.
to be able to take these many hour videos, sessions that we do, and make a new video that really just brings home the key things. But we talk about so many interesting things in the meetings. I don't know, what should we
I
leave
know.
out?
But
Anyway,
like Alia, I saw her sewing. I do it sometimes. I'm listening and I'm needle pointing, or sewing, doing
You know,
hemming or
it
whatever.
helps me concentrate.
But also you're getting two things done at the same.
Yeah.
oh,
Because I like to spend Saturdays to do, those sorts of things. So,
Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
I just wanted to say that I do sometimes what you're doing. I can't paint while I'm talking because then I hear something interesting that Bill says and I want to write down or ask a question, so I can't paint.
one
So
of the things here that's interesting, talking about the being able to come over here and describing what you want in a slide deck or a video overview or whatnot. We just had this thing come in here, and by clicking on something, some subsection of some video, and getting this description, I could now come in and say, create a video overview based on that description, and it would base it literally on the Unitree information that was extracted here.
yeah.
I mean, okay.
So
Oh,
in the past, sorry, in the past I've done something really stupid. I'm going to use that word. Um, when I was trying to learn how to use the Gemini, because now I think I can use it. So I would put in like about the victory garden a different question, and it came up with a different uh, methodology. So
yeah.
now I have like 7 different documents because I'm checking them all the time.
Yeah.
Is there a way to sort of, some of them I don't want some of the information that it has because I'm asking it to, it's more about the historical victory garden. I
Yeah.
want to make sure that people understand that
Don't I
we're just
don't I hate to interrupt you, but I literally have to go.
okay.
Can you write that to me in WhatsApp, and I'll try to answer you there.
Okay, no
Okay.
worries. Okay. Okay.
Thanks, guys. Thanks, guys, here for putting up so long on this. And until next week.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye now.
Bye.
Goodbye, all.
Bye.